Okay. I think we're live. Hang on, let me check YouTube. Yeah, we are. Okay. I think we're live.
We're live.
Hi, guys. Shall we wait for a bit?
Yeah, let's wait a little bit. Hello, everybody.
Please talk to us.
Okay, I got the QR sheet out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Shall we just go?
Yeah, let's do it. Hello.
Oh, there are people. Okay. We have people. Hi, guys. Okay, so this is the second time that we're doing this, so we're still pretty new to it. So if we do sound a bit awkward, please just pardon us. But yeah, so it's been a while since the last time we did this last year, and we thought that we wanted to do it earlier, but it got postponed. So we wanted to do like a quarterly thing, but since it's kind of drawing near to like the mid-year now, so we thought that it would be fun to kind of do like a mid-year recap. And yeah, so we'll be talking about like the dramas that aired from January to May. Yeah, January to May. And also I think we'll be chatting a bit about some of the current trends, and not do they count as trends? Like trends and
Hot topics?
yeah, but more on specifically the drama industry that has been going on Weibo right now, because some of it is pretty new, and it's pretty long, as well as like a huge discourse over it. So we thought it would be easier to kind of chat about it rather than tweet it, because yeah, we're just kind of restricted by tweets sometimes when they're so short. So yeah, and then we'll be talking about some of the dramas that we're looking forward to in the second half of the year, and some of the new ones that have started filming this year. Yeah. So you were supposed to go through the flow.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot. That's okay. It's okay. We got it. Okay. But yeah, so that's the general going to be the flow, but we're going to start with talking about the dramas that we've seen first half of the year. And obviously we're not going to mention every drama, but sort of the ones that have stood out. And I think it's really kind of honestly been a pretty quiet first half of the year. There haven't been really like any mega hits in terms of like everybody, across demographics has watched it or is talking about it, and it was a huge hit. But there have been like some smaller hits or hits that have been really prominent online.
Yeah. I feel like for the last year, that was probably the Bad Kids.
And Nothing But 32.
Yeah, and oh right, yeah. And like those went on for I feel like the Bad Kids, even though it was so short, it went on for quite a while. But this year just felt really weird. Like they had buzz, like the dramas had buzz, but it didn't last too long, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So we're going to be covering a bit of like those dramas, and feel free to chime in if you guys have questions about any of the other dramas that aired, and
we will be getting to the long ballad.
Yeah, later on.
Okay.
So we're just gonna cover some of them first. If you guys have any thoughts about those, you can feel free to chime in, and if you have any questions about like the other dramas that we haven't covered, we'll try to get to them.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. Yeah, so like for the first one, I actually can't remember when it aired, but it was earlier on this year. I think in January. Was it in January?
I think it was in January, yep.
Yeah, in January. The first one that really got a bit of buzz and a lot of positive reviews is Minning Town. So the Chinese name is actually Minning, and I think a lot of people confuse that with mining, but it's actually a town settlement set up in China. So yeah, this was daylight production, and quite honestly, going into it, it wasn't my usual type of drama. and I was kind of just checking out because I think after Jay watched it for first impressions, she was kind of raving about it, and I was curious, so I went to check it out.
No. That's actually not what happened. I
Was it
recommended
not?
it to you, and you still didn't watch it. But then Wame made a video on it, and then you decided to check it out. So
Yes,
Wame's
I'm sorry.
recommendation was more important than mine. So
No, I'm sorry. It's just that hers was a videographic pictorial of it. So
but
yeah,
so
yeah.
Meaning Town currently has a 9.4 on Douban, and I'm pretty sure it's the highest so far
Wow.
for this year.
I actually didn't know it was that high.
Yeah, so it's currently the highest rated drama of this year, and it's going to be one of the highest rated dramas of all time as well. But yeah, did you want to talk a little bit about it? And
Yeah,
yes, we will be getting to Word of Honor a lot about Word of Honor later.
Yeah, so if you're new to like our live sessions, I'm sorry, but the previous live session kind of lasted 3.5 hours. We'll try and not take that long this time, but with the number of stuff that we're covering, it might be a bit long. So if you want to come in for like the later part of it, we were talking about trends and industry stuff. I think you can give us probably around an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. So like the first hour will probably just be talking about the dramas in the first half of the year. And yes, Jay will be she'll be raving, not renting, raving about Word of Honor in a bit. Yeah, so just give us some time. So yeah, so for Minning Town, I have to disclaim that I didn't finish watching it. I was pretty close, I think. How many episodes did it have? Like 20, 24 or something?
Yes, something like that. Let me look that up while you talk.
Yeah, so I watched it, I think, pretty far down, but I honestly went into it without really knowing what to expect because it was really not my kind of drama. It felt a lot like those Republican era kind of drama. So, but I did find it very interesting. And I think the fact that it was helmed by Kong Sheng, yeah, I mean, it did a lot of he did a lot of great things with the whole cinematography of it, and the way that they made a commemoration drama actually interesting to watch was something that was very compelling for me, because I think especially for a lot of non-Chinese, commemoration dramas might be seen as like too patriotic or just not really kind of interesting. Yeah, but I think the way that it was being done wasn't so much as China is great because they did all these reforms, they actually helped people, they pulled people out of poverty and stuff, but they really went down into the characters themselves, and the casting was really great as well. So it had like some of the usual daylight faces, and Huang Xuan was the main lead, but it was also kind of like a, what do you call it, like an entourage cast. And yeah, so just generally for performances, it was a very solid one. And I think the areas that it really shined was that they didn't just have like touching moments just for the sake of it, but they really went and showcased like each individual character and their struggles and how they actually came out of it. Yeah.
And their relationships with each other, I think, was also really well done.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people felt very they could feel very connected to these characters, because a lot of the struggles that they went through, it was just very well portrayed, and it brings you through like a whole roller coaster of emotions when you go through their struggles and how hard it was for them, but eventually when they succeed, you feel that same you go on that same journey with them, basically.
Yeah. So one thing I wanted to say though, okay, so I don't know if others feel this way. I actually think daylight entertainment has gotten to the point where it's a little overrated. People see daylight and they instantly think, oh, it must be a good drama. That's actually not quite true, because daylight's been branching out a lot in terms of trying to develop younger directors and turning their cinematographers into directors. So there's an inconsistency in quality. Like, daylight dramas are still going to be better than most of the dramas on the market, but in terms of like the really good ones, I still feel like that's Kong Shen's dramas. Like, if he's the director or co-director of a drama, I'm definitely going to check it out because I really do think he is one of the, and actually it's not just me, I think pretty much everybody thinks that he's one of the best directors in Dramaland. He's not just he's not just a really good cinematographer in terms of like his ability to handle the camera. He's also a really good storyteller. Like he really understands how to focus on details to develop the story and the depth of the characters and their relationships. And I think that's what's lacking from a lot of other directors.
Yes. I completely agree. And I think we just had this discussion for Cao Dun, like how he's a really good cinematographer, but he is too focused on a cinematography that, you know, he just like he's not as all-rounded as Kong Sheng, because like I feel like Kong Sheng does take in a lot of he takes into concerns like all the other details, and it's not just focused on cinematography. And I think that's really, really important for a director.
Yep. Totally agree. Yep. So yeah, so if you haven't checked it out, we would definitely recommend Meaning Town.
Yeah. And it's subbed on YouTube as well, so it's pretty easily accessible. So yeah, that was, and we were pretty excited because like, yay, great start to the new year, and then
and then a lot of this. Actually, okay. So I wanted to say one more thing for Meaning Town. So for the record, I just wanted to put this on record. I think so. Like the Magnolia Awards are coming up. I think middle of this month. So I actually think Zhe Yijia is going to be winning Best Actress because
I hope so.
If you haven't seen her performance in Meaning Town, it's really, really fantastic.
Yeah, and I think she's not one of the actors that we're going to be covering later on who did like have a how should I say it, who had like a burst of popularity, but I think she definitely had a huge boost from this as well because she was coming back from her pregnancy, and she talked a lot about how she was really grateful to Daylight for giving her, you know, the opportunity to work on this just like fresh out of her pregnancy, right?
Oh yeah. Okay, so actually I wanted to share this. I wanted to share this because I thought it was really cool. So Zhe Yijia, for people who don't know, she actually announced earlier this year that she gave birth to a daughter. And so one of the things she shared was that when she was filming Meaning Town, she was actually like, she literally just gave birth. So she was still nursing her daughter. And she was, she basically said that Kong Sheng and the Daylight team really were very accommodating for her in terms of working around her nursing schedule. And she had her baby on set with her because she had to nurse her baby. So I think it just really speaks to how great that production team is and how respectful they are to their actors.
Yeah, and I think it's just so nice to see like everything just really translates to camera when the final work comes out. So yeah, I think like what Jay mentioned for Magnolia Awards, I honestly am really bad with predictions, but I'm just hoping she wins.
I think honestly she's the only one I'm solidly predicting. The other ones I'm actually not sure who's gonna win. Okay, so for 觉醒年代, is it I think it's Age of Awakening is the English title. We haven't watched it, but for those who aren't aware of what it is, it's a commemoration drama that I think it aired on CCTV, but it has rave reviews. I think it's a 9.3 on Douban right now, so right below Meaning Town. We haven't checked it out. I don't think it's available for subs, but it's going to, I'm pretty sure it's going to pick up a lot of awards this award season.
Yeah, but they were, which one was it that they weren't nominated for?
One of the actors was not nominated.
Right, yeah.
But Yu He was nominated, and he got a lot of accolades for his performance. So I actually think if you were to ask me for a best actor prediction, he is going to be my prediction.
Was he for best actor or is it supporting?
Best actor.
Oh,
best actor. Yeah.
Yeah, I clearly need to do more. I have not been looking at the prediction. I have not been looking at the nomination.
So I think my prediction is best drama is going to be Meaning Town or Age of Awakening.
Yeah, it just makes sense. Plus, this year is the 100th year anniversary, so I think it makes a lot of sense that
for commemoration to be picked up. And honestly, like they are commemoration dramas, but commemoration dramas don't usually do well in reviews. Like people may be surprised by this, but they don't really get good reviews from the Chinese
Yeah,
audience.
and I think that's what makes this drama so different, because it's not just for the sake of doing a drama that they're doing it, but they really delve, into like the heart of the story and what they're trying to tell. And I think that's why it resonates so well with the audience, because like pretty much that's what you do with dramas, right? Regardless of the genre, that's how you kind of get the audience acknowledgement when you do that. So yeah.
So after that, like E mentioned, we were really excited. We were like, oh, this is gonna be a great year for dramas. And then not so much. But in February, I think it was mid-February, the second hit or smaller hit of the year came out, and that was My Heroic Husband with Guo Chili and Song Yi. And we mentioned this drama earlier in our year, earlier when we were looking at like dramas we were looking forward to this year. And the beginning of it actually got really good reviews. It was plagued by a controversy because the author of the source novel made some really weird and terrible misogynistic comments on Weibo. But the drama itself actually got pretty good reviews when it was starting out. However, the second half of the drama took a turn because they introduced like these additional characters, including Jiang Yi's character, and added like this weird love triangle element, and reviews sort of plummeted. However, even with all of that, it was still, I think Aichi said it was its best performing drama since the story of Yanxi Palace.
Yeah, so it was like in one of the press reports, I think.
Yeah. So I think that's a testament to how well it did in terms of online views, even if reviews were more mixed for it.
Yeah, and I think because like partly, I think a lot of like international audience probably don't know, but Guo Qilin is, I mean, they first had a momentum build up kind of with Joy of Life, so people were kind of looking forward to that, even though they were siblings in Joy of Life.
Right? Yeah, Guo Qilin and Song Yi are the stars of My Heroic Husband, and they played siblings in Joy of Life.
Yeah, so they kind of had that little bit of buzz
chemistry.
Going in. Yeah, that too. And kind of that was kind of like the talking point because Joy of Life did so well. And yeah, so that's why I think a lot of people were also looking forward to that. And Guo Qilin is a pretty known name as well, because his dad is Guo Degang, who is one of the Guo
Degang is one of the most popular, well-known xianxia performers in China. Like there probably isn't a single person in China who does not know who Guo Degang is.
Yeah, so that's why even though his son is kind of like a new name for the international audience in China, he's pretty known to the general public.
Yeah, because Guo Qilin actually started out, for those who don't know, Guo Qilin actually started out his career as a xianxia performer. He joined his dad's troupe, and for several years he did a lot of like tours and stuff with his dad and his dad's team. And then he started branching out into acting, and that's probably going to be more of his primary focus going forward. But so he's not a new name in that sense.
Yeah.
And he's very well liked with the GP as well. Because he's made a lot of variety show appearances and people really like his personality and wit.
Yeah, so I think it's still worth checking out, at least for the first half of it, because I've heard a lot of, like, I haven't watched it, but I heard a lot of good things about it, like, just in terms of, like, not just the comedy element to it, but also some of the topics that it touched on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it was sort of like, what's the word for it? Its approach to, I think it was a matriarchal society, was that it? Or sort of like gender reverse roles, or
I don't think it was a matriarchal society.
On tropes.
Yeah, but it was more of a commentary on like some of the matriarchal themes, if that makes sense. But I don't think it was set in a matriarchal society.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was more of like talking about gender reversals in that sense.
Yeah. So on Sword in the Brocade, I think I just saw a question on that. We'll be getting to that as well.
Yeah, so that was for the first 2 months, honestly, that was pretty much, I think, two of the dramas that had a bit more buzz.
And then we got to March, and that's when things got a little bit more interesting. We basically went from blah, blah, blah to suddenly we had, I think, 4 dramas airing around the same time. They overlapped in terms of their broadcasting periods. And they all made varying degrees of buzz and splashes. Some did really well, some did pretty well. And those 4 dramas were Rattan or Suten, Word of Honor, what is
You
it?
Are My Hero.
You Are My Hero, and then Sword and Brocade. So we'll start there.
Hang on, let me just drop the titles. I'm sorry if we're not pronouncing it properly.
We did not say that Guo Qiling is not famous in China. We said Guo Qiling is famous in China.
What? Yeah. Sorry, I'm not getting it.
Yeah, so the person who just made that comment, we said that Guo Qiling is very well known in China.
Yeah, so I actually said that to the international audience. People probably don't know him, but he is famous in China.
Yes.
So, okay, hang on. I'm just dropping the drama titles that we'll be talking about now.
Yes. Okay, so I'll start off with Word of Honor. Does that work?
Yeah, both of us actually said that he was famous though. Okay, moving on. So do you want to go ahead with Word of Honor, or should I cover like You Are My Hero and Sword and the Brocade first?
Yeah, I'll start with Word of Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so I actually did 2 really long posts on Word of Honor. So I'm not really going to spend that much onto the story itself, but I think people already have a pretty good idea of how I feel about it. I really, really loved it for a lot of different reasons, but I think it starts with how sincere the production was. So for people who don't know, Word of Honor went through a lot in terms of trying to get its production going, trying to get filming going, because it was about to start filming when COVID hit, and then they had to suspend filming for 4 months. They changed their cast, and there was just a lot going on with investors changing as well. And there was a lot of uncertainty about it. So we've talked about this before, but the platforms, the major streaming platforms, your Youku, Tencent, iQIYI, have different class levels for their dramas. S plus is the highest for Tencent and Youku. S is the highest for iQIYI. And then you have S, and then A, and then B. So Word of Honor was an A class drama for Youku. And what that means is it's sort of like a mid-level drama for them. It's not going to be one of their headliners of the year. So there's not going to be a lot of priority put on it, a lot of focus put on it. So I think one of the things that was really nice about Word of Honor is even though it was sort of a mid-budget production, even though it was a small IP, it's based on Tianya Ke, which is a priest novel. And for those who don't know, Priest is a very famous author, but it's one of her earliest works and also one of her lesser known novels. So there just was not a lot of anticipation around it. But even knowing that, the production team, the cast and the crew just really put everything they could into it. Like they really believed in it. They really believed in the story they wanted to tell. And I think one of the things that really struck me about it was everybody knows that BL is censored in China, right?
Like outright BL, yeah.
Yeah, so BL, Boys Love, is censored in China. But even despite that, I think one of the things that really got the buzz about Word of Honor going is they basically told a romance between 2 guys. Like they were not shy about that, and everybody kept asking how did they get past censorship, but maybe it's that censorship was never really strict about that in the first place. It's just how you tell the story and what sort of messages you want to convey with it. So I think what really surprised me about Word of Honor, I went into it because I really wanted to watch a wuxia drama, but I walked away with it thinking that it's probably one of the best romance stories I've seen in a really long time. I think we're going to go into this a little bit later, but we get a lot of romance dramas in Chinese drama land, but we don't really get a lot of good love stories. The romance is usually not well developed in a lot of dramas. So Word of Honor, I think, really surprised me in that regard.
And I was kind of gonna say that, like I feel like for censorship wise, because it's also an wuxia, which is like in historical times, a lot of the stuff that they do, it's not like blatant in your face, telling you that I love you kind of stuff.
Yep.
And because it's so understated, that's kind of probably how they got past censorship in that sense, and also how they actually portrayed a much more how do I say it? Like a much more striking romance, because a lot of the problems with the romance dramas out there, it relies a lot on them telling you that the characters love each other.
Yeah.
No, I mean, yeah, we are going
No,
to
no,
go
no.
into
I
it, but,
definitely
like,
agree with that.
yeah, and I think that was like one of the huge reasons why this worked so well as well. And I think a lot of people were surprised by it as well. So like they didn't expect it to, I think first of all, they didn't expect it to be such a blatant romance. And second of all, it's like it's done in a very beautiful way, and it is character fitting. Like it fits in with the characters well and the entire plot. So it's not like jarring.
Yeah. So, there was a question on if one of the reasons why it passed censorship was possibly because it was not supposed to do well. So I do think the fact that it wasn't like one of the big names,
Yeah.
it helped it fly under the radar a little bit, because if you are a bigger name, there is going to be more scrutiny on you. And
Yeah.
so when you appear at the NRTA for censorship, there probably is going to be more eyes and more strict guideline in terms of what they expect out of you. So yeah, I do think that is a factor.
Yeah, and I think we really wanted to also talk about how the only actress who kind of stayed on from the original cast, or what was assumed was the original leads, was Zhou Ye. And it was said that, and she herself mentioned, I think, in interviews, that she actually held out for the production because it was last year and they were hit with COVID and all. And yeah, because of that, they kind of, word on the street is that I don't think it was officially confirmed, right? Like, was it?
What?
The two leads. The leads
It
changed.
wasn't confirmed, but like they were spotted filming at Handian. So
yeah.
So for those who don't know, Word of Honor originally supposedly casted Mao Zedong and Li Daiqun as the leads, with Zhou Ye as Xiang back in January of 2020. So one of the things, and I just wanted to link this back real quick. So one of the things we wanted to talk about was the sincerity behind this drama. And I think Zhou Ye was a really good key indicator of how much this cast and crew loved this drama. So for people who don't know, Zhou Ye is one of the most prominent rookie actresses. And she was a really prominent rookie actress even last year with Word of Honor, because she was coming off of Better Days, which was a film that did really well in China. And she got a lot of attention for her supporting role.
Yeah, and she got a nomination.
She got a Golden Rooster Best Supporting Actress nomination, which is a really big deal because it's a major film award. So honestly, like, she was a big name in terms of, like, as a rookie, she's a big name. And the fact that she held out for 4 months waiting for the production to restart, and that she decided to stick to the role, I think is really a testament of how much she loves the character of Xiang, of Gu Xiang. And I think it's just really commendable, because you don't really see that sort of dedication from rookies, because especially for her, she was probably getting a lot of like lead role offers at the time.
Yeah.
And the fact that, and for those who watch Word of Honor, Gu Xiang didn't actually have that many scenes. So the fact that she stuck out for those 4 months waiting for the production to air, I think is really just a testament to how much she loves the character. And I think overall speaks to the sincerity that the cast and crew showed for the production as well. And one of the things that I was really blown away was Zhang Zhehan and Gong Jing as the leads. So, like, totally honest, I was very meh on both actors. It's not like I hated them or anything, because I have no reason to hate them. It's just I was very...
You haven't really watched them in anything, right?
I mean, I've watched
I
like
don't
parts
think
of
they
them,
did.
but I haven't watched any of their dramas in full because they just didn't appeal to me. Like their
Yeah,
dramas
I
didn't
watched
appeal
them
to me.
more. I think I watched them more. I watched xuanhuan in like 3 dramas before this, I think.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Okay, but to be fair, he was always a pretty, like, he wasn't bad, but there was nothing that kind of stood out about his previous performances. Like, it was good, but it wasn't like amazing. So he was definitely one of the more stable actors going into this. But I think, yeah, just like between us, I was complaining to Jay a lot about Gongjin.
So, okay, so I need to state this. So Yi swore after the love. So she actually really liked Gongjin before because she liked his face. And then she watched the love equations for Gongjin's face. And then she swore that she was never going to watch a Gongjin drama again because she absolutely hated his acting in there.
Okay, but to be fair, I watched Love Equations not just for him, but it was also because it was
it was
like,
put your head on my shoulders, a love so beautiful trio.
Yeah, and because I like A Love So Beautiful, and you guys liked Put Your Head on My Shoulders, and I was pretty okay with that as well. So I thought this wouldn't be that bad, you know. But and I have to say that it's honestly not just on him, because the entire production was so bad, and the just generally the directing, the editing was so bad, and yeah, it just did nothing for him as an actor. And he was still pretty new-ish, I think. Like, I don't think he had that many. Was it? I don't think it was his first lead role, but
it wasn't his first lead role. But like the thing is, he just hasn't had a lot of experience in general.
Yeah.
But anyway, so like going into Word of Honor, a lot of people were really meh on it, partly because of the cast. Because John Johansson wasn't bad, but he also wasn't considered like good or stand out. And then Gongjin just didn't have a good acting reputation in general. Yeah. So I think one of the things that first blew me away personally was they just seemed like completely different actors. Like it wasn't even just the fact, it didn't even just feel like they had improved acting wise. It felt like they actually like really just became their characters. And they added a lot of like, their acting was really nuanced and layered in a way that just simply didn't exist before to me. So I was just really, really blown away by that. And it's one of the things that really endeared both actors to me, because I feel like they really put their heart and soul into the role and they really loved it. And one of the things I also want to say is on the sincerity part of Word of Honor. So like we said, they set out to tell a love story. And that was something the production team and the cast and crew all believed in. Like if you've watched the behind the scenes for Word of Honor, Zhang Zhanhan and Gongjin know what they're playing. They know it's a BL drama. They know it's supposed to be a love story between Wen Kexing and Zhou Zishu. And that's what they set out to tell in the drama itself too, when in their portrayals. They weren't going for a bromance angle. When they considered how they would act a scene, they thought about it as two people who were in love with each other. And I think that's something that's just really, really nice to see.
Yeah, you don't get that a lot with like many production nowadays. And I think it really shows when everyone is so on the same page, when you have so much effort that's being poured in by the script writer. And I think, yeah, and like the interviews and stuff, we've seen how much these actors actually study their characters and really came up with like stuff. Because I remember in one of the interview, Gongchen actually said that like the way that he fiddled with his fan conveyed the emotions of Wen Kexing. And I think it's this kind of like character habits that are not necessary stuff in the script, but are developed by the actor because they connect with their characters and they understand them on a different level. And yeah, I think that was like one of the main reasons why it did so well as well, which is, I mean, it's precisely what you're saying about sincerity.
Yeah, and I just saw this comment. Director and scriptwriter definitely played a really important role as well. For those who watched the behind the scenes, the Word of Honor had, I think, 3 or 4 directors actually, and they were each in part responsible for different things. The director that was responsible for the Wenzhou scenes is I can't remember what his name was, but director Chen, I think is his name, but he basically really allow the actors to improvise a lot and to share their thoughts on how they wanted to play out the scene. So it was a very comfortable environment where they encouraged dramas. And for the question on asking a comparison with the Untamed, we didn't actually watch the Untamed because we're not really big xianxia fans, so we can't actually comment on that.
Yeah, so like the other thing about, I think, why both of us really like Word of Honor is, and I think what even interested us in the first place, like Jay mentioned earlier, was that it's a wuxia drama. And honestly, we haven't gotten a good wuxia drama in a really,
oh
really
my god, it's been a long drought.
Yeah, and like for us, because we grew up with wuxia dramas and like just the whole wuxia world, a lot of the works are, it's very hard to top like some of the really famous authors like Jin Yong. My mind is suddenly drawing a blank.
Jin Yong, Gulong.
Yes, Gulong. It's very hard to top them in like the writing, and I think that's why a lot of the wuxia dramas that we get, even till now, it's always like remakes of their works. And yeah, I think for those who kind of grew up watching it, and for the Chinese audience, it was honestly a very, very huge nostalgia in a way, where they really brought us the Jianghu that, you know, we grew up with, but at the same time, it didn't feel dated. It was infused with kind of the modern stories and the characters that the scriptwriter came up with based on the original works.
Yeah, it added a lot of new elements as well. And I actually went on a lot about this in the 2 posts I wrote. So I don't want to spend that much time on Word of Honor because there's a lot to others to get it with. But I do want to say one more thing because I think it's important. So I think one of the other things that people really liked about Word of Honor was not just the drama itself. It's how the production, how the cast handled everything outside the drama as well. And that was reflected in how the main leads interacted with each other, how they handled the concert, and everything else. So for those who don't know, the culture in Chinese drama land, in terms of like with fans, especially after we got, you know, the new Liu Liang trends, it's been really toxic. One of the things that's been really disturbing in a way is that because of the whole thing with CP fans and solo fans and Liu Liang fans and everything else, it's sort of been, everybody expects there to be a certain flow in how these promotions work. During the drama, the CP promotes together. They promote the CP to get more attention for the drama. As soon as the drama ends, the CP parts, they pretend that they don't know each other. And it's not necessarily on the actors themselves. It's just, that's the expectations that's been set because of toxic fan cultures.
Yeah, and it's not just for BL dramas as well, just in general. Like it happens for the BG stuff as well.
Yep. And so one of the things I think that stood out to everyone very early on, I think it was when they first did their Ace versus Ace live stream, is how comfortable they were with each other and just how natural their interaction was. There was no bixian, which is like, you know, trying to avoid, how to explain it? Trying to avoid
like rumors between, I don't know.
Yeah, like trying to avoid like fanning the CP, but they also weren't purposefully selling the CP. It was just a very comfortable, natural, funny dynamic between the two of them, between Gongjing and Zhang Zhehan. And that was something they continued throughout the entire promotions of the drama. And even at the concert, I think for those who watched the concert, the last words that Zhang Zhehan said on stage, I think everybody was really shocked by what he said. And I think it'll be really interesting to see if it's going to set a standard, or not set a standard, but change the way dramas or drama CPs approach promotions, because we're so used to seeing people just sort of, you know, end things on not necessarily bad terms, but just never speak to each other again.
Like they just stop.
Yeah, like it just, no interactions. We never, you know, we don't know each other anymore. And I think what Zhang Zhehan Gongjing did, I think, and I hope will change that in a way, because a lot of people really, really appreciated that. Like even people who didn't watch the drama really appreciated that. Like they got a lot of praise just how they handled the whole promotions of it. And it just felt really refreshing because we're so used to the toxic side of things.
Yeah, and I think just in general, it's not just them as well. Like the leads are one thing, but the whole cast.
Yep.
It was such a fun environment to watch, even if you're not like, like a really hardcore fan, but just, a fan of the show itself. I feel like the concert was really well done. And it's not like, just for, okay, it kind of is for fan service, but it's like the cast was enjoying themselves as well. Like every single person had fun.
Yeah, and it just felt really respectful to drama viewers. Like, I think you said this to me when we were chatting about the concert as it was airing, but like they knew what fans what came to the concert for, and they embraced it. Like it wasn't like, oh, let's pretend it's not a BL, because honestly, like that's what people are there for, right? They wanted to see the interaction between the leads. They wanted to see the chemistry between the cast.
Yeah, and the entire cast were pretty much rooting for whatever relationship there was. Remember all the memes that came out? So
yeah. So it's just
like, yeah.
It's just really refreshing, and it was just really nice to see. So like the whole drama watching experience for Word of Honor, in and outside of the drama, was just really, really nice.
Yeah, I hope we get more of this. Like it's nice to see when, like the leads are having fun, the cast is having fun, even after like the drama filming has ended for such a long time. It has been a while, right?
Yeah, because of the whole advanced purchase episodes for VIPs, and we'll talk. And someone actually asked us to talk about this, so we'll be talking about this later on.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just really hoping that we get to see more of this for like the future dramas, be it if it's a BL or a BJ romance. Yeah, it's just nice to see.
Yeah, and someone asked if they think how Word of Honor handled the airing process is going to be replicated by other BL dramas. I think it might be. So for people who don't know, Word of Honor put its finale in like a music video because
and it was a paywall.
Yeah, it was a paywall because so word on the street is that you can't have a happy ending for BL dramas or BL adaptation dramas. So how Word of Honor got around that is they stuck the happy ending part in a music video. So I do think that is something we might see other dramas adapt, because honestly, like I think we're past the point where people like BEs. Like, does anybody actually like BEs? I know I don't like BEs. So I feel like and I don't like open endings either. So I feel like that's something that the other BL 101s probably took note of and will replicate as well. And I think one of the other things they'll replicate is how Youku basically charged for everything. Youku charged for behind the scenes, they charged for the concert, they charged for behind the scenes of the concert. And I think that's something the other BLs are going to be copying too.
Especially for those like with a huge fan base, because ultimately, and I think we will talk a little bit more about this later, but ultimately it is about how much it makes for the platform, like how much money it makes for the platform.
Yep. Okay, so we're not going to talk more about Word of Honor because we've already spent too much time on it. So
you can just read Jay's reviews; they're really good.
Yeah, I have two super long posts on the Dramapotatoe website. If you guys haven't checked them out yet, for my additional thoughts on it.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on.
Oh wait, so actually, just one more question: the censorship board question. The censorship board's actually not going to care that much if you're going to stick it into like an extra. They're only going to care about the official drama itself.
Yeah, so I feel like should we go into this later for the censorship board stuff?
Yeah, we can talk about the censorship board later, but just like a quick thing on that question on that. I don't think they're going to care if you put happy endings in extras.
Yeah, so it's pretty much kind of how they have different rulings for stuff that gets TV broadcast and on web dramas. Yeah, so it just works differently. But
they just turn a blind eye, honestly, a lot of the time.
Sorry, what? I didn't catch you.
Oh, I said they turn a blind eye.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
Sorry. Sometimes we just clash and I can't hear you.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
So the next one that we're going to talk about is also a Youku drama. So they've pretty much made it like really big this year. which is Rattan, and Siteng, which I'm more used to calling it Siteng. But basically, it actually aired at the same, like it
Around
was
the same
clashing
time.
with, alongside with Word of Honor. I don't think exactly, but it definitely, like, both dramas were airing at the same time, and I think a lot of people were really surprised that it actually managed to still hold its own as, a BG romance, which honestly the genre has not been doing great in recent years, because just generally, if it's a romance, unless it's something really different about it, it just hasn't been pulling in the views in recent years. And yeah, to have it air alongside Word of Honor, but still do really well and draw in a lot of viewers, that was definitely one of the other huge ones for Yoku. So I think for Rattan,
Actually, I wanted to interject here. So on E's point about how these type of dramas haven't really done well. So Rattan is also an A plus class drama, which means it wasn't considered a high priority drama for Yoku.
yeah.
And here's the thing, Yoku themselves, they didn't believe in it. So
Yes.
what they did was that they gave the rights, or they exchanged the rights for Rattan to Tencent and iQIYI for airing rights. They exchanged
Which
it for
drama
You Are
was
My
it?
Hero and
Oh
what's it
yeah.
called? Palace of Devotion, because they
Yeah.
didn't really believe that Rattan was going to do well. I think the rumor was they didn't think it was going to be sweet enough.
Yeah, yeah, it was. Okay, thank you for jogging my memory, because it was quite a while ago. So, like, yeah, basically both of their hits were unexpected, and they had no idea they were gonna do so well. So the running joke was that they basically, yeah, I mean, for both productions, the budget was always a constant issue. So it came up a lot for Word of Honor, but it also came up a lot for Rattan. And I think there was this one post where it was saying that Rattan was so poor that they had to pull in every single, like, person they know, including, like, the directors. There were different directors, so, like, I think the assistant director's entire family, even Zhang Binbin's, oh yeah, I'm sorry, so Rattan stars Zhang Binbin and Jing Tian. So yeah, they were so poor that they actually had to pull in Zhang Binbin's, I think it was assistant or manager, to be like one of the drivers in one of the scenes.
Oh,
So
really?
yeah, I read that. Like, yeah, it was insane. And like it was ridiculous, because I think they even pulled one of the Yoku reporters who went to do a media set visit. They pulled them as, yeah, to be a part of one of the scenes as well. And
That's
even the
really
director
funny.
himself, he actually was one of the main characters of one of the sects. Yeah, so that was how poor they were, because okay, it wasn't about like them being like poor, but how they chose to put where their money goes to. So they actually filmed in Yunnan, and it's very expensive to film off of location, especially when it's going to be somewhere so far and picturesque, and to bring like your entire cast and crew there. And they had, like, majority of the filming was in Yunnan, as well as, like, yeah, in the usual sets and stuff. So a lot of the budget actually went to the filming, as well as Jing Tian's wardrobe, which is really amazing. So, like, if you guys are just watching it just for the visuals, I highly recommend it, because the cinematography is really nice, just because Yunnan looks so different from, I think, what a lot of people have in mind of China. And yeah, it feels like when you look at the sceneries and stuff, you don't feel like it's in China. And because all of the money went to that, yeah, they had a lot of budget, like, constraints and stuff. And like what Jay said, one of the concerns and word on the street is that Yoku didn't think that it would do well, because it's supposed to be a suspense romance, but they I think they were focusing it more for a romance, but it wasn't the typical kind of romance, because there was kind of a gender reversal where your female lead isn't, like, Siteng isn't your typical female lead. And there were a lot of trending topics. I'm not personally fond of it, but there are a lot of trending topics that brought up how, she the stuff that she does and she says is actually what a typical male lead would do, because it's more domineering, and she's the one who makes the first approach. And it
And
was,
to be like, just to state, we actually don't believe in those type of gender.
yeah,
What's the word? Gender
yeah.
determinations. Like, we don't think it should be fixed like that, but that was one of the reasons why it was getting buzz.
Yeah, so yeah, like I said, I honestly don't like how it is being portrayed, but that was like one of the many trending topics that came up because she wasn't like the typical female lead. And yeah, they didn't believe in it because they felt like there wasn't enough sweet romance. And like yeah, just basically how do you say like tongue, which is like
Like tong is just like, so it tong means candy, and what that means is just like sweet
sweet scenes, like romantic
scenes. Yeah.
scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I
Like
guess there
there
wasn't.
are romantic scenes in it,
Yeah,
but it's not like tantrum sweet scenes.
yeah, it's not like the typical kind of sweet stuff that you would usually see, I guess, in like romances. So that was a huge surprise for them, and I think a lot of like it's not just us, but a lot of other drama reviewers in China have also mentioned that it just goes to show how much this streaming, like these production companies, don't know their audience and they don't know what people are really wanting to look for now, like they are really wanting to watch now. And yeah, because all of the past romances have kind of been that very typical, you know, BG romance, like your domineering kind of boss male types, the alpha males, you know, the overprotective male. And when you have such a juxtaposition for Rattan, it is something really, really refreshing for the audience. And yeah, I think a lot of female audiences, which is the bulk of such romances nowadays, are wanting for more varieties. One, and these are the kind of strong female lead characters that we really want to. Yeah. So the other thing was about like you know Si Teng as a lead character in her own right. So a lot of dramas, so there's this genre in like a subgenre where it's like about a strong female protagonist, and there's a lot of debate about how like strong female protagonist dramas are not actually. Okay, I'm rambling, hang on, let me collect my thoughts. So
I think I know what you want to say though. So
yeah,
I think
I find it very hard to translate 大女主.
so I think yeah, so like a lot of like there's a lot of dramas with so-called strong female leads.
Yeah.
But like the thing is, a lot of the times they aren't really portrayed in a necessarily likable way or even a realistic way. Like strong basically means loud and really like stubborn in a lot of cases.
Yeah, or like they do fight scenes and stuff. It's a very like surface level kind of strong, and a lot of people are getting really sick of it because ultimately, like in the drama itself, these so-called strong female leads just end up getting saved by the male leads, and it's a very overwritten kind of narrative. And for Rattan, because it subverts this gender, like predetermined gender roles, that was something that you know the audience really, really loved. Yeah, so I think you know because yeah, the typical kind of Mary Sue characters, and because it was so different and refreshing, I think a lot of people felt a connection with both like the lead character and the romance. And yeah, that was really why it did so well, because honestly plot wise, Rattan doesn't exactly have a very strong plot. So the director, I suddenly can't remember his name. I think his name is, was it Chen Muge?
I can't remember his name, but he's the director of Goodbye My Princess.
Yeah, so he does well in cinematography, like you know the wide swept kind of shots and just visual stuff. Like he does really well in those, and it can be seen in both Goodbye My Princess and Rattan. But he is the usual kind of director who does well in those, but story wise, he's still a little bit weak. And I think one of the weakness of the drama was the pacing of it, because it was supposed to be a like a supernatural fantasy. Yeah, it was a fantasy romance, which you know in the first few episodes had a lot of suspense moments, but it was honestly not suspenseful, and the pacing was a bit off for the just for the drama in general as the plot kind of unfolds. So yeah, I think that was kind of one of the weakness, but I still we would still highly recommend it, just based on you know how it brings a really a different taste to the romance genre and for the chemistry between the leads and the romance.
Yeah, and so one thing I thought was really interesting, like we said, Yoku gave the rights or exchanged the rights for broadcast with iQIYI and Tencent for it, and that meant they lost exclusive rights to it. So what that indicates is that they lost a lot of money-making opportunities for it. So all the things they did with Word of Honor in terms of making money, they could have done with Suten as well, but they ended up not being able to because they gave up the exclusive rights to it. And I think it's probably going to be one of Youku's biggest regrets.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I hope it just goes to show that, you know, like, they really just need to understand their audience more in terms of what they're looking for.
No, but isn't it interesting? I thought it was really interesting. So the rumors are that Youku did like an internal viewing for it, and their internal team didn't think very much of it. But Tencent, when they did their like internal viewing of it, they really like had high expectations for it. So they really, really wanted the airing rights.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, so isn't that really interesting though? Because like the stuff that we've been getting from Tencent honestly haven't been very great, but they saw the potential in Rattan. So I personally just thought it was really interesting.
Yeah, and I think, but I mean, it kind of makes sense for the track record because Youku hasn't really been making great dramas until this year and like the recent lineup that we've seen. So yeah.
And so one other thing on Suten I just wanted to mention is because of how well it did, that's why Youku moved really fast to remove 12 Legends, which was another Republican drama. They wanted to sort of just jump on that trend, but obviously 12 Legends was...
I watched that. It was bad. No, it was so bad. Like, honestly, like they were trying the best to market it, but it was just really bad. And that one was by Tang Ren. So if you guys don't know, Tang Ren has had really good dramas back in the days, like Chinese Paladin. Am I pronouncing that right?
Paladin?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. But they have just not been producing any good dramas.
It's like they're stuck in the last decade. Like it seriously feels like they don't know what the modern audience wants. But anyways, so 12 Legends was supposed to trying to be jump on that, and then iQIYI over on their end, they quickly released No Boundary, which for those who don't know is the xianxia drama that starred Darren Chen and Zhang Yisheng, and it's based on a novel that was written by the same author that wrote Rattan. But obviously that drama also didn't do very well. So, but you can see sort of how these like hit dramas start trends.
Yeah, I just want to quickly jump in here. So like the original novel that Rattan was based on, I have seen like a lot of good reviews. I'm pretty sure there's no translation, but yeah, I have seen like a lot of good reviews on how she writes her female leads. So I think it's quite sad that none of her other works, because she had other novels, I can't remember the titles, that have been adapted into dramas apart from Rattan and No Boundary. But it's just they just haven't been able to portray the female lead well, because I've read that, you know, in all of her novels the female lead is pretty similar to Sitong in the sense where, you know, it's a more of a gender reversal, like a truly strong female lead kind of personality. So I'm just hoping that the other you know, she might have more drama adaptations and they might do better next time.
So for the question on what is a Republican drama, so we call dramas that are Republican when they're set in the Republic of China period of history. So that's the 1912 to 1949 period of China before it became the People's Republic of China.
Yeah, so historical Qing dynasty was the last dynasty, and then we go into Republican and then to the modern day China.
Yeah.
There was another question. Did Rattan come first or did Word of Honor air first? I think
I'm pretty sure Word of Honor air first.
Yeah. Yeah, Word of Honor.
They overlapped, like their airing periods overlap. And the thing is, so BG and BL dramas are going to have different audiences. So it wasn't really like they weren't really competing for the same audience.
Yeah, so both of them are kind of buzzing at the same time.
Yep. And Republic of China is 20th century. It's 19... I just looked it up. It was 1912 to 1949. So whenever you see like World War II period dramas, World War I-ish, those are all Republican dramas.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, so we were saying that during this period of time, there were like four main dramas that did well. So apart from Word of Honor and Rattan, which had the much bigger buzz, there was also two other dramas. One of them was You Are My Hero, which was pretty much going straight up against Rattan because both of them were like BG romances. And then there was Sword and the Brocade, which is the historical one. So You Are My Hero was a military romance starring Bai Jingting and Ma Shenzhen. And Sword and the Brocade was a historical romance starring Zhong Hanliang and Tan Songyun. So I think for both, there was like an initial like interest in the dramas and all, and I think they didn't go up to the level of Rattan for like You Are My Hero, but for You Are My Hero, there was a pretty solid following, and just like in general, it was considered a well done like romance in yeah, it was considered a well done romance. Like I think the main reason why there wasn't as much buzz was also just because when it comes to like marketing dramas and getting buzz on Weibo, you often have to have like something to latch onto it for audiences to discover it. So it could be like clips, it could be memes. A lot of the time, like certain memes, like in the dramas that are being brought out, would really draw in like audience who didn't initially plan to watch, or like just people who weren't watching it to actually watch the drama. And I feel like You Are My Hero was a good romance in that sense, but it didn't really have that many things to kind of play with as compared to Rattan, because I remember Rattan had a lot of memes on like how Zhang Binbin's character was like a loyal puppy to Sitheng and things like that. But You Are My Hero didn't have that kind of stuff to play with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like they didn't have as many highlights. It's still a good drama and it got good reviews. It just because it didn't really have anything like that really stood out about it in terms of its elements. I think that's one of the reasons why I didn't generate buzz. And also, I do have to say this because I do think it played a part. For those who don't know, as You Are My Hero's Mark was airing, Ma Sichuan had a dating rumor that came out, and that in itself was not really an issue. But there was some controversy over the guy that she was rumored with because he's apparently had like some bad history. So then everybody was just focusing on telling Ma Sichuan to dump the guy.
Yeah.
So it just became a whole thing, and it took away a little bit from the
promotion of the drama
and also like the CP feel of the main characters as well.
Yeah, but generally I think because the drama was more like the romance itself was more of like, you know, one of you said like the acting was very natural, because the romance itself was a very kind of a natural progression, and it was like, you know, no crazy ups and downs and stuff. So yeah, so I think that's why, you know, it was like it had a loyal audience, but it didn't really go like break out. And when,
but I will say, I think that's one of the reasons why people liked it. Apparently, the two leads had a very stable trusting relationship with each other. There was a lot of drama.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that it's bad promotion, because they still did promote it quite a fair bit. Like we saw it in quite a few trending topics and stuff. But I think it just caters to like audiences who like that kind of romance and stuff, rather than I mean it's ultimately it's like down to preferences. But there are a lot of people who really enjoyed how it was a different kind of romance as compared to, you know, all the crazy ups and downs that you usually get in some romances just to drive the plot going.
Yeah.
So
that's about
that's for You Are My Hero. And the last one is Sword and the Brocade. So for Sword and the Brocade, I feel like they were trying very hard to go for the story of Minglan kind of positioning. Do you feel that? Like pre-drama?
No, they marketed it like that. Like I think there was even a trending topic that was something similar.
No, so that's what I meant. So because of the hit of the story of Minglan, they tried to go for that kind of positioning, like for Sword and the Brocade, but it was very, very different. So I went in expecting something like that, but it was just at the end of the day, it was for me, I feel like the story is still pretty generic kind of harem, just not in harem kind of drama, but just not in the court, but in what is the term for whole year? Government official?
Nobleman?
Nobleman?
I
Yeah,
don't
government
know.
official. Yeah, so it just doesn't happen in the court, but it happens in the household of a nobleman slash government official who is the male lead. I'm sorry, I clearly did not do my homework. Yeah, so at the heart of it, like I feel like a lot of the things that make the story of Minglan work was because it focused a lot on the different like characters in the household. There were a lot of issues with the pacing and all that, but it was a very character driven story, and they really went into how life was like during that period of time, and it was very refreshing because a lot of the times we get like court and palace dramas, but not so much outside of it. So that was like why it did really well. But for
Why the
SWAT,
story Milan did well.
yeah,
right?
why the story of Minglan did well. But for SWAT and the Brocade, they tried to market it as that, but it didn't live up to that kind of story because ultimately, at the heart of it, it was honestly still a kind of historical tianchong, like a sweet romance drama, along with like the harem dramatics of it, where one husband, many wives, they fight and politics and stuff. So yeah, I think it did, but it did appeal to a certain type of audience though. Like I think the older generation, right? You're saying?
So yeah, so it did really well with Sword and Rocket actually did really well with an older audience. It didn't have really a lot of buzz online, and especially in the second half, the reviews were pretty terrible for it. But it did do well in terms of online views. So a couple questions that came up. The main leads for Sword and Brocade
Sorry, I just
are
typed it in. Yeah.
are Zhou Liang and Tan Song. And for the person who brought up You Are My Hero versus Rattan, Rattan did better in online views because it was so Rattan, you can't just look at its views on Tencent or iQIYI and Youku because it aired on all three platforms, but it was the top performing drama, I think, on Youku. It was the top performing drama, I think, on iQIYI at the time as well. You Are My Hero obviously did well as well, and we're not trying to pit those two against each other.
Yeah, but we're just basing it on the buzz they had when they aired, when the dramas actually premiered. And I think when you air on CCTV, it is definitely gonna get views, and views are not the only way that we
measure a drama success.
That we look at when we talk about popular dramas.
Yep.
Ultimately, we still look at like the buzz that it's getting online, people talking about it, Topan reviews and all.
Okay. Do we want to move to the next one?
Yes. Okay, that was a long one. So moving on to that, it was really quiet after that. When did Imperial Coroner air? Like last month? May?
It was recent. It started airing April 29th.
Okay, so it wasn't that bad. So yeah, that was for like March and April, and then after that, quite a lot of dramas aired, nothing that really stood out. And then we very recently had Imperial Coroner, which it honestly wasn't like it's not huge in terms of views and like the people watching it, but it was one of the dramas that actually got some buzz, and a lot of it was as it was airing, I think like 8 to 10 episodes, and then more people started to cover it and talk about it, and yeah, so it was considered like a small hit, and pretty much
it just did so much better than anybody expected.
Yeah, because it was such a small production. It was a tiny production, and Tencent had so many other dramas that no attention was honestly paid to it on promotion and anything. And the only reason that it actually got buzz was because some of the people started watching it and they really liked it, and just word of mouth. So like drama bloggers and stuff started covering it, and that led it to a wider audience to start watching it and realizing that even though it was such a small production and like the budget was pretty pathetic, that it did really well. Like it had a really strong script, and and that's why it became like kind of a small hit. So for Imperial Coroner,
it also stars a very, very unknown cast. Like the only reason we know about it is because we like Su Xiaotong and we really liked her in Youngblood specifically.
Yeah.
But we had no idea who the other cast members were.
Okay, to be fair, I know the male lead, but he
you
is
know
like,
Wang Ziqi, really?
yeah, because he was with Chen Yihan, like the Taiwanese actress, not the
Ivy
singer.
Chen?
Yeah, Ivy Chen. He was with her in one of like another low budget dramas, honestly.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
Yeah. So I think that was and like he probably had another role. I can't remember. I was looking him up. But yeah, both of the leads for Imperial Coroner, Wang Ziqi and Su Xiaotong, are tiny names. Like they are super rookie actors and actresses. So no one really paid any attention to it. And like I think I saw an interview that their budget got like further cut as well because of COVID. And Su Xiaotong wasn't even the first female lead that they wanted to cast, but they had to switch due to budget constraints. And I think it keeps going back to the same narrative of where these productions put their money into despite having small budgets, because they would rather cast a lesser known actress and not scrimp on production. And yeah, and I think for Imperial Coroner, the reason why it did so well, some of the things that really stood out was the actors were rookie but able to still, you know, not do too terribly, so they still held their own. They weren't amazing or anything, but they did a decent job in delivering their characters. And more importantly, there were no loopholes in the plot. Like logically, it made sense, and the characters were crafted in a way where the stuff they do made sense. It's not like, you know, some other kind of they do it for I don't know, for the sake of driving the plot. So a lot of like the lines, like some of the drama bloggers actually pulled out like lines and from the script that made a lot of sense. And yeah, those were the stuff that actually really helped promoted the drama and pushed it kind of further. And also like just in terms of like the production and the effects, the way that they show, because it's a forensic kind of suspense drama. So the way that they showed the forensics, you know, the way that they reenacted the scenes, some of the explanations and all, they were done pretty well. Like some of the stuff, like you could tell that it was budget constraints, but I think they spent the money where, you know, it made sense and where it helped to tell a really good story. So yeah, I think those were like some of the reasons why it did well. And generally, I think there wasn't much focus on the romance and the overall kind of friendship theme. I have seen some people say it reminded them of Youngblood as well, and the whole, yeah. So just the whole overall the entourage of four, the group of four, the kind of friendship and the way they work together to like solve cases and all, it really it really helped to kind of solidify the whole drama.
Yeah, so if you haven't checked it out, we would definitely recommend the Imperial Coroner.
And I think it has subs on YouTube as well, since it's under Tencent.
Yeah, I think it might be on WeTV too, maybe.
Yeah, no, sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah, it's on WeTV.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so those are the dramas that stood out, that did like generate a good buzz, and now we're going to go into the dramas that didn't.
Sorry,
really...
just a quick one. So like someone was asking about xianxia, which I think the English title is A Little Dilemma. Was it?
I think it might have been something else.
Was it not?
Let me check.
Hang on.
Yeah, actually, I was going to talk about this. A Love for Dilemma is what it's called. Yep.
Oh,
so,
right. Sorry. Yeah.
Can we put this on the list of sort of disappointing dramas to talk about in a bit?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't know you had it there.
No,
okay,
I didn't have it there, but I want to put it there now.
Okay, we'll cover this like in just a little bit. Like before we get to that, the last one that we wanted to talk about was Tencent's S and S Plus dramas.
No. So this goes into like disappointing dramas for us. So this is where we start talking about dramas that didn't do so well.
Okay. Go ahead.
And so that starts with, so like we said, S and S Plus are going to be like the big titles for major platforms. They're the ones that the platforms will tell investors, these are the headliners for our year. These are the dramas that will make us the most money. These are the ones we're going to put the most investment in. So Tencent, in our preview that we did earlier this year, everybody could probably saw Tencent really went in this year with the whole intention of just throwing everything at big names and big IPs. And they have 3 dramas that aired this year with that, like, that have already aired this year that sort of fall into that. And I think it's probably fair to say, and I know we're probably going to get comments on this, but I think it's probably fair to say all 3 of them didn't do that great. But honestly, were you surprised by it? Because I was not.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of covered this in last year's live stream, and our article on, I think, upcoming dramas, was it? Yeah, that we honestly didn't think that the dramas were gonna be like huge hits or like honestly like really quality productions, just because Tencent has this it's very formulaic for Tencent. Like they just go on this formula where they buy huge IP works. It's gonna be an S and S plus drama just because it is a huge IP work, and then they cast like known stars like Liu Liang stars to get the numbers and get the views. And I think when we say that, when we look at dramas that we didn't think did well, it's not just purely based on views, because I think that has been an ongoing discussion in the industry now, like on how views can be inflated. And yeah.
And
so
when you're casting Liu Liang's, like, you're going to have a base foundation for online views. You're going to have a base foundation for buzz. So when we talk about how they do in terms of performance, we're not comparing them to how they did to like the Imperial Coroner or to Rattan or Word of Honor, which had little to no expectations. It's more relative to their own expectations, to the fact that they're big IPs, to the fact that they have Liu Liang stars.
Yeah, so I think when we're going into these dramas, we kind of look at really all aspects. The acting, the plot, most importantly, like the plot, how the drama is being kind of like the whole production of the drama, and yeah, we kind of base it on that rather than just the views, and then also kind of people talking about it and whether or not it has gone out of like the fandom circles, because it's a term called 出圈, which is like to get out of like that circle it's in. And that's, I think, when a drama truly does well, when it comes out of, the usual fan base and it hits like the wider audience, and more people watch it. And I think for the few Tencent dramas that have aired that fall into this category, that's Youfei,
Legend of Fei,
Legend of Fei,
Dolo Continent.
Yeah, Dolo Continent and the Long Ballad. For all of this, they kind of face the same problem. Like, it's a huge production. It's not a bad production because it's a huge production, right? A lot of money goes into it. The sets are well done. Everything is polished. It looks great. Effects are great.
Youfei was not.
Yeah, I realized that when I was going on a ramble. I don't know how Youfei, like,
where do they spend the money is the question I have for that drama.
Yeah, because just a quick like interjection, because like Legend of Fei actually had to come out and show proof that they didn't film in a green screen, like in a studio set, because I honestly don't know how. I don't know who this team they hired, but a lot of the scenes look like they were being photoshopped. Like, basically they look like green screen, even though they were actually filming outside. And yeah, I think I honestly don't know how they did it. It was quite an achievement, but that was one of the huge criticisms of it. Like, yeah, so okay, minus Legend of Fei for production quality, but for like such dramas, you are going to get a certain level of quality and story. But I think what both of us feel for a lot of these dramas, they just don't seem to understand like who the audience really are for this, because all of this are based on original works. Like I think most of them are novels, and they have
and they're popular, like they're hugely popular.
They have huge fan bases for the novels itself, and there are reasons why these novels are so well liked. And I feel like I probably can't say for just Dolo Continent, I think, but for Legend of Fei and for The Long Ballad, they don't seem to understand what makes the story so compelling for the audience, and that actually shows in the production. Like it just comes off as, oh, okay, Tencent wants to make a drama. This drama is going to be great because it has a lot of budget, it has big names attached to it. Yeah, and for Legend of Fei, I think a lot of the criticisms was just it's meant to be a Pris, like a novel by Pris, and it's one of her few like BG wuxia novels, and the fan base is huge basically, and the story is so well developed, the characters are so well developed, but it just falls kind of flat when it comes to the drama. It's not to say that like the actors didn't do a good job, I feel, but it just wasn't striking a chord in the audience when when they watched it. But of course, again, if we look at just purely views, we are going to get the views because fans are going to be tuning in. It's not to say that everyone hated it. There is still going to be audience who like it. I think the international audience would still like it, but I think just as long-time kind of drama viewers and having watched so many different dramas every year, we feel like that is, it's just really lacking in the storytelling and the characters part of it. And for Fei, and for Legend of Fei, the production somehow just felt very old-fashioned. Yeah, you're right.
We don't know the budget for Legend of Fei and Changexing, but they are S plus dramas by Tencent, which is their highest class dramas, and it means that they're going to be big budget.
Plus, if you cast big names
and buy big IPs, it's gonna be costly.
Exactly. If you pay for big IPs, like the original works are going to cost a certain amount, and when you pay big names, you are going to put in a certain budget. So it's not to say that all of these dramas flopped. Like they didn't do horrible because they still got views. People still enjoyed them,
and they made money.
They made money. So Tencent isn't going to complain because ultimately, when it comes down to the money game, they still got their money back. But just as a drama, it was honestly just nothing too outstanding about it. And
I wanted to say this. So we get asked before how dramas make money. One of the major ways that platforms make money from dramas is ad revenue. And also VIP memberships. So one of the things about casting Liu Liangsha is about having big IPs. It's going to bring in people who want to check it out because of the names. It's going to bring in fans. So there's going to be a lot of people who are purchasing VIP memberships because of that. And at the same time, because of the names involved, it's going to generate a lot of ad revenue from the start. So you're going to have a lot of brands who are willing to pay for ads for it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so I would say that we are looking very, very cautiously at the upcoming Tencent similar kind of
dramas.
Yeah, so honestly, we are hoping that they do prove us wrong and they are not, the same kind of same formula that Tencent has been using, but we're just not too optimistic about that because
specifically on the long ballot, I wanted to talk about this because I know it really did well with the international audience. The international audience really liked it, and so we've gotten a lot of questions. I think I saw a question on this earlier on why the domestic audience didn't receive it well. So long ballot, I don't think you can necessarily say it was a bad drama, but it was just very mediocre in terms of how people felt about it.
No, I feel like all of this, like even for Legend of Fei and Dolo Continent, they are not bad dramas. None of them are bad. I mean,
that's exactly it.
Yeah, if you look at the reviews on Topan and stuff, and the views and stuff, they're not bad dramas. It was just nothing outstanding about it, so they're just average.
So for the long ballot specifically, though, I think one of the things that fans of the original IP were frustrated about, and you can probably speak to this more since I know you looked into it, is how they changed the female protagonist's character, right?
Yeah. I think they did do, honestly, I don't have that much knowledge into it. So, but for those of you who don't know, it's based on a manhua, which is a comic, but the original work wasn't completed. And I think they bought the rights to the work like way before. So they actually did do a lot of changes. I'm just basing this off of like a video review that I watched. But yeah, they in the original work, I think I don't believe the leads actually met so early on. And I think the circumstances under like how they met were different. And I think because it is one of those with a strong female lead, like the focus is the female lead, they actually changed quite a few things on just how the female lead was portrayed, and it wasn't huge things to like the plot lines, or at least I don't think so from my limited knowledge, but it was just more of how she was portrayed, and I think it ended up showing that she kind of relied on the male lead more as opposed to her solving the problems herself in the original work. And I think that really it didn't sit well with a lot of the fans for the original work, because the reason why it did so well was how the character was kind of crafted, and it shows like her journey, but it felt like the focus was kind of was diminished when it came to the drama, which I can understand because they do have to make changes. But it's just, again, going back to the whole thing of how I was saying that when they make these dramas, they don't exactly explore deep enough into who these characters are and why the people love them so much in the first place. And I think because it doesn't translate to that, yeah, you're gonna get an average drama in that sense.
Yeah, and I think one of the things about adaptations of an IP of a well-beloved novel, it's not necessarily that it has to stick to the source novel, because you're definitely going to have to make changes. It's how you make those changes, or what you're taking from the source work. Are you capturing the essence of it? Are you capturing what people loved about it? And I think that's what a lot of the IP adaptations that we've seen have lacked. They haven't really realized what made people love the original work.
Yeah, and I feel like they keep thinking that you just have to stick to the original work and it will do well. Like you just have to show, oh, you know, I actually made it exactly like the original work for this scene, and that would gain you the love from the, you know, fans of the original work. But it doesn't work that way. Like what Jay was saying, there are going to be changes that are required just because the formats that is being shown is different. A drama is very, very different from a novel and how the story is being told. But I feel like when all of this is being done, like for the Tencent works, they just don't capture the essence of it. So yeah, ultimately, I think, you know, whatever work that you're trying to adapt, you have to understand what is the essence of the story, what makes these characters work, like why are they so well loved, what is it about them, and then translate it to the drama that you're trying to produce. Because, like, just going back to Word of Honor again, it is also a novel adaptation, and they did do quite a lot of changes to the whole story, but
they still made it work, because they kept a lot of the iconic scenes for Word of Honor, and they also changed the characters. I wrote this in my article. They actually changed the characters' personalities a bit as well.
Yeah.
But they, in the end, they were still trying to set out to tell a story, and they adapted the key elements of it, and they kept the relationship between the characters, and they even developed that even a little bit more on the romance side. So it's all about how you capture the essence of it, and I think that's what everybody's problem with the Tencent S Plus dramas are. And this goes back to last year. So at the Tencent event last year, the industry event, when they showed the trailers for all their big dramas, the reaction everybody, or outside of fans, the reaction most people had was, it looks very like it felt like all the trailers looked the same in terms of plot.
Yeah.
Even though they were completely different stories, even though they were based on really well-known IPs, like it just didn't really feel like it was getting anything new. And also, I think another thing I have an issue with is casting. I'm not saying Liu Liang actors shouldn't be casted for dramas, because I have Liu Liang actors that I like as well, and I think there are good opportunities for Liu Liang actors, but you shouldn't cast an actor just because of how popular they are or how good looking they are. They need to fit the character. And I think the problem with a lot of big IPs, if you're just casting for the name and not how well they fit with the character, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think again, like to the comment on the long ballad, it wasn't so much about them following exactly what the original comic was, but I think fans weren't looking for like a complete adaptation on like scene by scene. But I think, again, back to it, it's how you portray and how you tell the story that is still aligned with the characters.
Yeah, and I think like we're not trying to say like we think all the Tencent dramas are going to be bad, or we hope they're going to be bad. Of course, we want them to be good. we're just very, and I think this goes for a lot of people, sort of worried now, or we have been worried for a while on how the rest of the Tencent S Plus dramas are going to go. But fingers crossed that some of them at least will be solid productions.
Yeah, and on the bright side, if you go in with lower expectations, you might come out surprised. So, like, honestly, all of the dramas that I really loved are like dramas that I completely did not expect to watch.
Yeah.
I wasn't planning on watching Word of Honor, like, honestly. I think the only one that actually did like live up to my expectations was Rattan.
Yeah, you
Like, the
were
rest
really
of them,
excited about it.
yeah. I honestly didn't have hopes or like plan to watch them.
Yeah, so that leads us to our next topic, which is, so I think for us, because we are sort of really jaded drama watchers at this time, we don't really go into dramas with expectations anymore. Or we try not to go into dramas with expectations, but there are times where we still get disappointed. And there were a couple this year that have aired where I think we felt that way. So, and it's not to say these are bad dramas, so please don't take it as we're bashing these dramas. It's just we felt a little underwhelmed by them.
Yeah.
So the first one is one that just, I think it wrapped its run for advanced purchase, VIP, whatever you call it, Chaldean, is Hunter, which was the first of MGTV. So MGTV announced last year they were going to do like a seasonal feature of mini dramas. So like short dramas that were going to air on TV, on Hunan TV, and on online on MGTV. And Hunter is the first drama to kick this off. It's directed by Talden, or co-directed by Talden. And for those who know, Talden is the one who directed The Longest Day in Chang'an and also Tribes and Empires.
Storm of Prophecy.
Yeah, Storm of Prophecy, which is one of the Novelan dramas. And he has a reputation for being a director that has fantastic cinematography. Yi talked about this earlier. But one of the things we've struggled with for his dramas is the pacing. And Hunter's 8 episodes, you guys. Hunter's 8 episodes. So when I saw this episode count, I was like, oh my God, this is going to be fantastic. The trailer looks so good. It's about a pretty unique topic because it's about poaching, and it's about police in northern Xinjiang. So I thought it was really cool. And also the cast was fantastic. They casted Qinghao and Yingfang, who we really, really like. And
they're really solid actors, especially Qinghao. I think it's his...
I think it was his first work after The Bad Kids, Yeah. So anyway, so I was like so hyped about it. 8 episodes. It was crime. It was suspense. The acting, the casting was fantastic. What could go wrong? Okay, so Hunter, I watched it. I'm almost done with it.
Oh, you're almost done?
Yeah, I'm almost done with it. And here's the thing about it. It's gorgeous. The acting is absolutely fantastic. The cinematography is really, really good. The landscape shots are breathtaking. If you want a drama like that feels movie quality, go watch Hunter. Except I don't think it has subs, but yeah. And the acting is just, the acting is really, really good. I think like I really love Qinghao's performance in this, and he's so charismatic in it. However, I can't believe I'm saying this, but for an 8-episode drama, it's so draggy, and the plot is just filled with a lot of logic issues and bugs. And I don't even know how. It feels like you could tell the story in a 2-hour movie, and it would be so much better off. And I actually really want to see Talden go into film directing, because I actually think his style is perfect for film directing.
Okay, so the thing is, like, he has had the same issues for the last 2 dramas as well.
Yeah.
And I mean, granted, those are really long dramas. For Tribes and Empires, Storm of Prophecy, I think it was like
70 plus.
70 plus episodes. And The Longest Day in Chang'an that one was shorter. But
yeah. So and also just to clarify, The Longest Day in Chang'an is a really good drama. If you want to watch it, go watch it. But one of the things about it, one of the criticisms about it was the pacing.
Yeah, so so I feel like Chang'an wasn't that bad in that sense, whereby he literally was telling the story of one day. And I think that played to his strengths, because he could literally draw out the entire story within those number of episodes. But I think like for Tribes and Empires, that was exactly the issue as well. Like for pacing wise, it was just so long drawn out to the point where, because that was much longer as well, the cinematography was amazing. It was like exactly everything that you've just said for Hunter. The cinematography was truly amazing. When the trailer first came out for that drama, people were like dubbing that it was going to be the Chinese Game of Thrones, and it was so film-like, and they were really excited about it. And when it aired, yeah, there were a lot of budget issues, and just generally the pacing was so bad that I think it got to a point where I had no idea where the plot was going just because the pacing was so off.
Yeah, so it's been a bit of an issue. I don't. That's my problem with Hunter as well. It's 8 episodes. Like, how do you make an 8-episode drama draggy? Like, I don't understand it. But it's not just me who's saying this. So Hunter opened at an 8.2 on Douban, and I think it's now at like a 7 point something. It's dropped significantly because of the issues with the plot, because of the issues with pacing. But however, even with all that said, in a year where we haven't gotten a lot of strong dramas, it's still better than a lot of the dramas out there.
And it's only 8 episodes, so you technically won't be wasting too much of your time.
Yeah, but like personally, I put it on my list for disappointing dramas just because I had really high expectations for it, but I still think it's gonna be better than most.
Yeah, I'm still sad that you didn't like it that much.
Yeah, and we're not trying to brainwash people.
Oh, like, are you answering
this
comments
is now? About our opinions, like.
Okay, so like we've always said in our first impressions, like drama watching is going to be an opinion.
Yep.
We can give objective comments based on like views, like general reviews, production quality, acting and stuff. But ultimately, we always tell people to try out the dramas for themselves, and if they don't like it, then yeah, it's your right to disagree. But I think what all of the stuff that we've just covered, it's not just based on us as well. It's based on what has been doing well in the market and
on
general
reviews.
Comments. Like, if you think we're trying to like skew the narrative or something, you can just honestly go on to Douban as a forum. You can go on to Weibo to check out like drama reviews. We are definitely not the only ones saying a lot of these things. So yeah, I mean, if you want to disagree, then feel free to do that. But I think it's a bit strange to kind of say that we're brainwashing people when we're just showing what is out there. But I mean, if you think we have the skills to brainwash them, thank you. Really impressive.
So the comment on the longest day in China, okay, so we actually feel the same way. Neither of us finished the longest day in China for the same reasons.
Like I just can't. I don't know. I really love Cao Tun, and like I really love his cinematography, but I feel like I just can't with his storytelling, you know?
Yeah, so we also didn't finish The Longest Day in China, but for anybody listening, it received really good reviews. It's still considered a really good drama, so if you haven't watched it yet, definitely check it out.
Especially for like the international audience. Okay, I honestly not just for the international audience, but for the Chinese audience as well. Like just the way that they portrayed Chang'an was done so wonderfully. Like they really captured the whole atmosphere of the city, the look and feel of the entire place, and I think they got a lot of praise for like the costuming and all that as well. So yeah, we always highly recommend it, but just personally it wasn't for us.
Yes. So the other dramas that we personally felt were disappointing. Were My Treasure and A Love for Dilemma. So someone asked us about xianxia earlier. So A Love for Dilemma is the third part of Lehman Productions or Lehman Pictures trilogy, sort of on family education and child raising. So it comes after A Love for Reunion last year, or actually A Love for Reunion was in 2019. A Little Reunion, sorry, what am I talking about? A Little Reunion aired in 2018 or 2019. It was a huge hit. It did really well in terms of online views. It did really well in terms of TV ratings. It did really well in terms of reviews as well. So A Love for Dilemma, xianxia was supposed to be sort of the third part of that. and it stars Song Jia, and sort of has a bit of an ensemble cast to it, but it didn't really capture what made A Little Reunion work in terms of a lot of the warmth of the family relationships, the parent-children relationships. And I think a lot of people did feel a little disappointed by that. But A Love for Dilemma did bring up some really good points in terms of some of the problems with the educational system in China these days, or like how much it costs to raise kids, the amount of pressure there is on parents, and the amount of pressure there are on kids, even as early as preschool and then elementary school. So I think it did have some really good commentary. I just felt like the characters and the script itself weren't that strong.
I think the main difference was that because it is like the third one in the series, kind of, even though they weren't exactly connected, there is always, like, the first two did really well, exactly because of like the reasons that you mentioned, on the commentary on how the education system is and how much pressure like the kids are going through. But I think one of the comments that I saw on like mainly why what was it again?
A Love
for Dilemma didn't do as well as A Little Reunion was because they feel like they're not relatable characters, because and I'm not saying that the characters are likable, because in A Little Reunion they were not. Like, there were characters that were very controversial, especially for like the parents. I'm sorry, I can't for the life of me remember the character names now, but they were really not likable characters. But it created a lot of conversations, and the performances were really good in the sense whereby people could relate to them as well. Like, even though they were not likable, parents could relate to the struggles that the parents were going through. And I think the main difference between that and A Love for Dilemma was that A Love for Dilemma felt a lot more contrived. They felt like they were characters. They were not real people. And I think, again, like, it seems to be the constant narrative that is going for, dramas that don't do well or are not as well received. You have to have relatable characters. They need to feel real. And when it's, like staged or contrived, and you're just pushing out a character just, to get responses and reactions, it's not going to work well because they just can't relate to the characters. And I think that was, the main criticism for A Love for Dilemma, because honestly, casting wise, they casted strongly. All of the leads their acting, there were no issues. So it was really just mainly on how
I could even say, like, for the acting, so they're strong actors. Like, I love Song Jia, she's great. But I love Jiang Xin, she's great too. But the characters they were given, because they felt so contrived, the acting felt a little bit stilted as well. So I think, like, even for really great actors, they need to have good roles in order to bring out the best of their acting, and that just wasn't really it. So that was my personal issue, and some of the comments we've seen about A Love for Dilemma. And then, so for My Treasure, okay, I know some people really like My Treasure. I personally,
to be honest, I think the people who like My Treasure just mainly followed it for the romance.
Yeah, no, that's what I was gonna say. So people like it because they like the CP. They thought it was cute. I have several issues with My Treasure, and this was a drama I was personally really looking forward to.
Okay, hang on. So sorry. So just for introduction, My Treasure is the one with Wen Qi and
Liu Mingtao and Roy Cho. Yep.
Yeah.
So when she is 17 right now, she's a minor, and she was casted for this role. So she plays an entry-level office worker in this. So she's playing above her age in this, and she has a love line with Roy Cho, who's, I think he's 40 this year. So I know some people are able to separate the actors from their characters, but for me, that was just a very uncomfortable point for me, that you would have, and it's not a love line where they're going to have like very intimate scenes. So maybe some people are still going to be okay with it. But for me personally, it was very uncomfortable. And I also felt like they should and could have casted an older actress for the role. And I am someone who loves Wen Qi. I think she's a fantastic young actress. I think she's one of the most talented young actresses in the China entertainment industry currently. But I felt like I really did feel at times, and I think she did well in the role. Like she's a good actress. She's gonna do well no matter what. But I do think she lacks some of the life experiences that comes from being a older younger adult, if that makes sense, an older young adult.
Yeah.
And so she's not maybe able to relate fully to some of the trials and tribulations her character goes through. And I also just didn't like the script. I think the plot was a little all over the place, and I think the characters felt really contrived. And I really didn't like the portrayal of the poor versus poor dynamic in it, of how the mother and daughter are described to be poor but really optimistic, and it just felt really, I don't know, forced. It didn't feel realistic. It felt like the scriptwriter didn't understand what it's like to actually be poor, to actually be a new person in the office space. I do think it has its strengths. I think in another parallel universe, if the casting was with an older actress, I probably would have liked the love line. I would have liked the dynamic, but it just personally didn't work for me.
Yeah, I think I did see people who actually liked the romance. They say that I mean, it was okay for them, even though she was a minor, because like the way they shot the scenes were done in a way that it was still respectful to her, and they didn't cross any boundaries. So honestly, from production and like how the story was told, how the romance was told, there wasn't any, like, I don't think there was any kiss scenes, right?
Yeah, there was not.
Yeah, there weren't any kiss scenes or any like touchy scenes and stuff like that. So you are clear on that, but I think just personally, we just didn't feel comfortable watching a 17-year-old with a 40-year-old.
Yeah, and it's different. Like, people are gonna say, well, what about Flourish in Time, which is the currently airing youth drama with Deng Xi and Zhang Linghe? It's different from that because Deng Xi is playing a high school character in that drama.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. So for me personally, it feels different.
Yeah, it does for me too. Like, it's just mainly because when she's still a minor. So yeah, but for my treasure, yes, like for those who really like the romance, they really felt like there was a lot of chemistry between the leads. That was why they liked the romance. So if you are okay with that, you can check it out. I think plot-wise, it wasn't great, but a lot of people still liked it for the romance.
Yep. And then next was the Octogenarian of the 80s and 90s. What was it called?
And
is that the right
80s
title?
And 90s, right?
Let me
Hang
go.
Hang on. Oh no! Where do you get 80s from?
I don't know.
Octogenarian
of the 90s.
Is 80s. So
Of the
Octogenarian and the 90s.
Okay.
So this one is starring Bai Jingting, Wu Qian. I can't remember.
Ni Dahong.
Yes, Ni Dahong. I can't remember the actress name. I'm so sorry. The other actress who plays Wu Qian's grandma.
So I was actually really excited about this drama because it's pretty unique. It talks about someone who's born in the 90s who runs a retirement home. And I think the reason why I have it on my so just to clarify, the reason why we have these dramas on our disappointed list is not because we think they're bad dramas. It's because we had actual expectations for them.
Yeah.
And it just didn't quite reach our expectations. That's simply it.
Yeah. So again, like, I think some of these are not bad dramas, like similar to the Tencent dramas. They're just like mediocre, I think.
Yeah. So for this one, Octogenarian of the 90s, I think what we expected from it was more depth. I think that's what I wanted from it. I wanted like deeper stories. I wanted more exploration of the character relationships and of the characters themselves. And I think that was one of the main issues with it, was that it didn't really go deeper.
Yeah, no, same. Because and again, this is not just us, but like I went to check out like reviews and stuff, and a lot of people felt the same thing, that it was very surface level. And I think it's sad because we don't get many dramas of such themes. I think this is the first that, you know, even showcases like elderly folks in a retirement home, and like the whole juxtaposition of the younger people working in the retirement home, and the kind of stories that could come out of it felt like they could have been a lot more well developed and delve a lot deeper. But like I'm basing it from just the first few episodes because I didn't continue. But yeah, it just felt very it felt very surface level. Like honestly, there was no issues with the acting and all because the cast is pretty solid as well. For the young actors, Bai Jingting and Wu Qian, they're both pretty stable actors. And the older cast, it was just a huge waste of the older cast, I felt, especially for Ni Da Hong. And there were a lot of opportunities for them to explore not just the relationship between Bai Jingting and his grandpa and Wu Tian and her grandma, but also their relationship and the stories of the elderly folks in the retirement homes. But it just felt like for all the stories, they just kind of touch and go with it. So, you know, it was just a very huge missed opportunity. I think that was where our biggest disappointment was.
Yeah. And the other disappointing drama that we had was Sword in the Brocade, which we've already talked about why we felt disappointed in that.
Yeah, okay, so like for Sword in the Brocade, I was pretty excited going into it.
And again, this is the drama with Wallace Chen and Tan Song-ying.
Yeah, so and I actually really like harem dramas as well, but I feel like for Sword in the Brocade, for me, Tan Song-yun's acting didn't really fit the character, I feel. And for like the harem fights and all that, it just wasn't it wasn't on the same level of the stuff that I'm used to watching, like Empresses in the Palace, which is on like God tier, and even for like Yanxi Palace. So like for me, it just fell a bit flat for that. Yeah. And then for the other dramas that I think these ones are for me. Like I was disappointed in was DT Appledogs Time. I hate the title. So for DT Appledogs Time, it is the prequel of
and sort of sequel.
Yeah, prequel sort of sequel. The novel was a prequel of for Go Squid, but yeah, basically Hui Tian reprised his role as DT, and they changed out the female lead to Li Yitong for the female lead.
Dog.
Yeah, for Appledog. And I think my main issue with this drama, and I think a lot of people were unhappy about for actually both this and Go Squid, was that they can't. Is this a censorship? This is right. They can't show.
This is a censorship issue. Yep.
Yeah. So this is a censorship issue. They can't showcase esports on TV, and they were. Wait, can they show it on web dramas though?
They can show it on web dramas. They can't show it on TV. So the problem with DT Appledogs Time. DT Appledogs Times was supposed to go on TV. Like I think they actually already set like a network, broadcasting network, but then last minute they went web only. So this is, I think, actually kind of a shame because if they were going web only to begin with, they should have just kept the esports.
Yeah. So even for Go Squid, they actually changed the esports to I think internet safety or something. And that one, it still worked. It wasn't that bad. But for like DT Appledogs Time, they changed it to robotics, and it was horrible. I honestly, like, I'm not a gamer. I don't play esports. But reading the novel, the whole friendship between the group and like their want to really succeed in the esports world is what that really stood out for me in the novel beyond just the romance. And I really loved the novel because of that focus. And I think by changing it from esports to robotics, they really just, it just completely missed the whole point. And I think a lot of people were complaining about that as well. And just the robotic scenes were pretty awkward to watch. It's just very different. A different feeling watching people game as compared to watching them control the robots. Yeah. So
no, and I just think it's a shame because they didn't air on TV anyways.
Exactly. So yeah, I mean that was a lot of opportunity for that. But honestly, even if they do go the esports route, I feel like they kind of miss what made the novel work as well. I don't know if it's just me for this, but a lot of people loved the novel. It was a lot more skewed into like the friendship as compared to Go Squid, where the romance is a lot stronger. So for DT Appledogs Time, yeah, I feel like the group dynamics was missing out like a lot for that. And at the end of the day, like because of all those elements, it just kind of became yet another romance, Yeah, so that was DT Appledogs Time, and then the other one, the last one that I had some sort of expectations for was Love Scenery. So Love Scenery is the one starring Lin Yi and Shilu. So that one, I honestly was just in it for the visuals. I think they look good, like visually, and I think people would still enjoy it. Yeah, as like a couple, I think they do have chemistry and all, but it was that drama was just kind of too over the top for me, and it wasn't. Yeah, like the focus was they had ironically this one they had a lot of like esports kind of footage because the plot requirements and stuff. So because they were spending a lot of their time in the first few episodes in the esports world, a lot of like the plots and the acting was very dramatic and over the top, and yeah, that one just didn't work for me. And I think if I'm not wrong, I honestly can't remember clearly right now, but if I'm not wrong, I think just plotline wise and the script wise, they were pretty cheesy too, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, but if you're still watching for like the visuals, I still think they look good. Just it wasn't enough. So yeah.
Yeah, so that's sort of the summary of the first half of the year in terms of dramas. Obviously, that doesn't cover all the dramas, just sort of the ones that stood out or didn't disappointed us in some way. There's obviously a lot more dramas than that, and feel free to share your comments on those as well. So I think what was interesting to me was I think Yoku has had the most solid years thus far. I don't know if you feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the dramas that did well, that they were definitely the platform that stood out.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, Yoku is usually considered more like the little brother platform to Tencent iQIYI, which are bigger and richer, even though Yoku is under Alibaba, which is a giant corporation. Yoku usually is known for not being as big as those platforms and also not doing as well promotional-wise with their dramas either. And I think one thing people always complain about before Word of Honor was, why does Yoku not do English subtitles? Why does Yoku not have an international app? It's because they're still trying to catch up to Tencent iQIYI domestically. Yeah.
Yeah. Like subscriber base wise, I believe Tencent is the biggest, followed by iQIYI.
I think it might be switched.
Has it changed now? Okay.
No, I think it was always iQIYI. I think Tencent is after that. It might depend on what numbers you're looking at in terms of VIP or versus.
No, I was talking about like subscriber numbers.
Okay.
Like on how big the platforms are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Tencent, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like Tencent and iQIYI have always gone head to head, and Yoku was kind of just like there, like the third option.
It's getting a lot better. It's not like MGTV, which is like the lingering one.
Yeah. But the thing is, it was always like their rankings were always stable, and Yoku never had like huge productions, or like they weren't the ones known for buying kind of like huge names, like huge IP works and stuff. So they would get like the occasional hit. But I think this year, last year actually, their lineup started to get a lot more interesting. Last year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like with the two dramas that did well for the first half of the year this year, Word of Honor and Rattan, and with some of like the upcoming works that they've announced, I think for some reason like they kind of are like, okay, we're here to kind of really play. So
yeah, if you look at their offerings for this year or like their upcoming offerings, it's actually really diverse. Like they have a mix of genres, they have a mix of big names, smaller names, big IPs, smaller IPs, original dramas. So I'm actually really excited to see what else comes out of Yoku, and hopefully Tencent and iQIYI step it up.
Yeah, I think we pretty much like have some upcoming dramas that we will talk about if we still have time later. It's so late now.
We will move through this. We'll move through this. Keep plugging. Okay. Yeah. So one last thing on first half of the year. So we just wanted to quickly mention actors that have sort of stood out, become a lot more popular, have gotten big boosts earlier this year or this first half of the year. Obviously, Word of Honors, Zhang Zhehan and Gong Jun are your new Liu Liangs for now. How long their Liu Liang lasts, how long the word of honor buzz lasts for them remains to be seen, but it's definitely changed their lives, honestly, and their careers. I think both of them have said as such. And people have asked before, what's the point of becoming a Liu Liang? It changes your career overnight. It makes your resources go up significantly. The amount of money you earn goes up significantly. And we're seeing that for them. For those who don't know, Zhang Zhaohan's been in the industry for a decade. So it's sort of a similar situation that we saw with Zhu Yilong back with Guardian in 2018, where a drama overnight changes your life. So they definitely stood out this year. You've been seeing them everywhere. We got CCs saying that people are tired of seeing them, and we totally understand that. But that's sort of the Liu Liang phenomenon. You're gonna see them everywhere for a while.
Yeah, and it happened for the Untamed as well. Like, we were posting about that way before it aired, and after it aired, it's just insane because the two leads just kept getting endorsements after endorsements, and it's pretty much the same thing that's happening now.
Yep. And with Zhu Yilong in 2018 too, and even with the BG Liu Liangs too, Li Xian and Deng Lun back in 2018.
Yeah.
2019. So that's the Liu Liang phenomenon. Like, you're gonna see them everywhere, and it's gonna be that way until the next wave comes along. Yep. So the other people who I think we've seen strong pushes from is Jing Tian and Zhang Bingbing for Rattan, obviously. Zhang Bingbing in particular, like, so someone asked this, I remember back in April, they were like, well, why aren't we seeing a lot of endorsement deals coming in for Rattan if it's doing so well? Well, it takes time because everybody was sort of wrapped in the new Liu Liangs with Zhang Zhaohan and Gong Jun at that time. So it takes time for the other stars to sort of benefit, to see that sort of flow. And you've been beginning to see that now. Zhang Bingbing, I think I've posted several new endorsement deals for him in the past 2 weeks. So you're definitely seeing that boost for him now. And
Jing Tian, also, I think because, like, sorry to cut you, but like at the same time, I also think because for Zhang Bingbing, it wasn't that much him. I think the focus was more on Jing Tian because of the whole.
No, it definitely was. Yep.
Yeah, and I think that's why, because like if you just look at just using not the best gauge, but just using super topics as a gauge, he hasn't really risen in the ranks for that one as well.
Yep.
So yeah,
but
so sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, so he has like a bigger buzz, but sometimes it doesn't necessarily translate to like hardcore fans who are gonna give you Liu Liang, and that's just how it works.
Yeah, but he obviously, the fact that he's getting so many more endorsements reflects that people or that brands consider him a lot more marketable now. So we've definitely seen a boost for him. Jing Tian obviously is doing really well. She's been gaining a lot of attention because of her performance as Siten. And then the other two actors that we think we've seen a lot of this first half of the year is Bai Jingting and Liu Yuning. So did you want to speak on Bai Jingting real quick?
Yeah, so I think for Bai Jingting, it wasn't so much of just like any one of his works that did like super well, but I think for Bai Jingting, he has
and he's always been popular for that record.
Yeah, he's like always been well liked, at least from what I see. Like well liked among just the general public, be it the memes that come out of his variety appearances and stuff. So he's always had like a pretty well liked kind of personality, and like he's funny and stuff.
And
so
he has a pretty large fan base as well.
Yeah, so you see him around. But like for him, I think because he has been so quiet since Ordinary Glory, I think that was last year, and like there wasn't any drama works that came out, and like just this year alone, like the first half of the year, he had two, You Are My Hero and Ping Pong, and also like variety appearances and stuff. And right now he's on I think he's on Great Escape for a guest appearance. So like you start seeing him a lot, and just generally because he is a pretty funny person as well. So he sometimes like does trend for the things he does when he's promoting his dramas or like on the variety show appearances and stuff. So we have been kind of seeing him mentioned like more.
And obviously you've seen a huge boost in his resources too. He just got casted for a Daylight.
Yeah.
So obviously it's not just us saying that he has had a huge boost this year. It's being reflected in the resources he's getting.
Yeah, and like the last one for Liu Yuning, if you're not familiar with him, he got quite a lot of buzz this year from The Long Ballad, where he was a supporting male lead. But I'm honestly not familiar with his singing activities, but he was always he had a huge fan base just previously from being I think
A
a singer.
Douyin star.
Sorry.
He's a Douyin star.
Right.
So
Yeah,
he gained a huge following from like posting music videos or like singing videos on Douyin, and then he's recently gone into acting more. And you'll probably recognize him because he's saying like, I think he's had a soundtrack song on every single major drama that's come out this year.
Yeah, so he was like, he already had a fan base in that sense, but I think this year, because of the drama exposure and because his romance with Zhao Lusi has been like well received by a lot of audience, so he's been getting a lot more exposure. And because he does a lot of live streams and his live streams are so long, I think he talks for like, okay, we are talking for a really long time too, but he's a celebrity. So like I think his live streams go on for like 3 hours or more, if I'm not wrong. And yeah, so pretty much like he has been trending for like some of the stuff that he says on live stream as well, because it's really funny. Like I personally find him really funny. So he's been getting like kind of growing his fan base from, new audiences to the drama that he's starring in, and like they kind of convert to following him more.
Yeah,
and
so he's definitely reached a more wider audience now with his performance in the Long Battle and also the exposure he's gotten, and that's being reflected in the endorsements he's been getting it too.
Yeah, and I think like for now it looks like he's still staying in like this supporting role kind of level, but I think he does have a lot more job offers, and you'll probably be seeing him a lot more. And I like that he's actually taking more supporting roles instead of just jumping straight into like the lead roles.
Yeah, and I think he said his next role is going to be sporting too, right?
Yeah, but he said a lot of things, so I honestly don't know which one is going to come through.
Yeah, so we are hoping for him. Okay, so someone asked about Killer and Healer. So I know the international audience really liked Killer and Healer, but honestly, in China, it wasn't very well received. It wasn't because it was BL. It was because people had a lot of issues with the plot, with the pacing of it, and just the lead's chemistry was praised, but unfortunately that doesn't carry a whole drama. So the reviews were pretty mixed on it, and that's why it didn't get a lot of buzz. So for us personally, I watched the first couple of episodes for Killer and Healer for first impressions. I like the chemistry between the leads. I just was really not feeling the script.
Yeah, I think most of people actually liked it because of the, I don't think I can say romance. I don't think it's out like openly a romance, but yeah, I think a lot of people watched it for the chemistry between the leads.
Yeah, so if that's what you want to see, like definitely check it out. It just, in China, it was actually not, the reviews on it were pretty mixed.
Yeah, so that I think sums up. Oh my god, yeah, we have been at this for like 2 hours. I'm so sorry. We planned only an hour for this, but that pretty much sums up like the first half of the year for the dramas and the actors.
For Killer and Healer, was the pace ruined by all the censorship? It was, but we're gonna talk a little bit about the censorship stuff in just a little bit.
Yeah, so like the next part that we are going to go into, I don't know. I honestly don't know if you have time for the last part, which is the two last parts, which is what we are looking forward to in the second half of the year in the new drama. So if we don't have time, we'll probably cut that out. But if you guys are still here, then yeah, maybe we'll continue. But for the next part, we'll be talking about like some of the current trends and discussions that we've kind of seen in the C-drama industry just like for this couple months. So the first thing that came up that I think a lot of people did agree about, but I think some people were kind of like taken a bit aback about, was Hookah's recent recent comment about xianxia and xuanhuan, which is fantasy dramas. So,
or like, yeah, sort of fantasy dramas.
Yeah, kind of fantasy. So if you guys missed the tweet that we posted, was it trending?
It was trending, and it was so he was presenting an award at China Literature's original IP gala. So he made a comment as he was before he presented the award on why he hasn't taken a xianxia or xuanhuan drama in a decade. And when we posted on it, we actually were pretty surprised by the responses we got on it, or the quoted RTs that we saw on it and the replies on it, so that's why we wanted to bring it up, and it did generate discussion on Weibo as well. So for those who aren't familiar with Hu Ge, he is one of the very few actors who became a star from the minute he debuted. So his first work was Chinese Paladin, which was a huge hit, and it's probably one of the most classic examples of xianxia / xuanhuan. Like literally, if you look in the Baiku, it's under both genres. There's a pretty thin line between xianxia and xuanhuan in terms of how you define the genres, but he became known for his performances in xianxia and xuanhuan dramas. It started out with Chinese Paladin, then Chinese Paladin 3, and then he did a bunch of xianxia xuanhuan dramas with Tarn Media, which was and is his agency. So it got to the point where he became typecasted. So I think about a decade ago, which is when he brought this up, he wanted to go through an image change. He didn't want to do xianxia xuanhuan dramas anymore. He didn't even want to do historical dramas anymore. For those who might not know, he actually didn't want to do Nirvana and Fire at first because it was a historical drama. It took a lot of convincing from his fans. They wrote like all this like analysis and essays about Mei Changsu. They made videos on Mei Changsu and they sent it to him and made him read it and watch it in order to convince him to take the role. So when he says that the reason why he hasn't taken xianxia and xuanhuan dramas in a decade is because of the lack of good scripts, he is probably one of the people who knows that best, because he really benefited from the popularity of xianxia and xuanhuans early on.
Yeah, and I think were you gonna say more on that?
Yeah, so what I was gonna say was so basically what the comment that he made was, I haven't taken a xianxia xuanhuan drama in a decade because I haven't come across good scripts. That was what he said, and that set off a huge discussion on. I know on Twitter it became like a discussion about dramas overall, but I think the specific focus here is on xianxia and xuanhuan. So we wanted to talk a little bit on those specific genres here.
Yeah, so I have to disclaim, Nirvana and Fire is not a xianxia or xuanhuan drama. I think it just falls under, it's a little bit complicated, but I think it just falls under the broader genre of historical drama, because it covers like court politics and stuff. So I don't think there's a subgenre for that.
Wait, for what? Sorry.
Nirvana and Fire.
Yeah. So Nirvana and Fire is just like Jackal historical.
Yeah, so it's just a historical. So I think a lot of people latched onto that because that was pretty much one of his most famous works. But very obviously, it was a consideration for him because it was still a historical, but it's not a xuanhuan or xianxia drama in the first place to begin with.
Yeah, so it's not relevant to this discussion in terms of that. The more issue is, so I mentioned this in my article about Word of Honor and wuxia. Xianxia xuanhuan has been the trendier genre the last few years. Xianxia dramas and xuanhuan dramas have been made in bulk. We've been seeing a lot of them come out because of the success of them. You had Journey of Flower in 2015, which was a huge success. You had Eternal Love in 2017, which was a huge success. You also seen Ashes of Love in 2018, and then Love and Redemption last year. So there's been a lot of success for xianxias and xuanhuans, and of course the Untamed in 2019 as well. However, even though we've had like these good, well-reviewed xianxia and xuanhuan dramas, there's a lot of ones that are not good.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of the same problem that we are facing with, which I think we'll be talking about later. It's kind of the same problem that we're facing with the tianchong genre, which is like sweet romances. Like not just romances, but they're specifically labeled as tianchongs, which are like
fluffy romances.
Yeah, like cute, fluffy, sweet romances kind of dramas. So it's kind of the same problem that both genres are facing, except I think for xianxia and xuanhuan, you don't see that many because budget-wise, it's a lot more expensive to make because of the effects and stuff. But because these huge dramas, like Journey of Flower broke insane TV records, like TV rating records, and Eternal Love had like crazy views for online and on TV, and every time it reruns, it gets like huge numbers of views. So like because of the success of all of this, I think they started really looking at more IP works, and there are a lot of like novels written in these genres. And I think the conversation, it's more of how while there are common drama tropes and themes, a lot of these dramas tend to go like the same route. The character is very kind of a Mary Sue-ish kind of character, and very often I think for all of these dramas, even like the well-known ones, it's not a strong character development in that sense.
Yeah, and like the stories are very sort of copy and paste as well. Like we often joke about how many lifetimes of xianxia drama has.
Yes.
Because
Yeah,
okay, we're not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing, but like they play it up a little bit too much in some of the lesser well-developed xianxia and xuanhuan dramas.
Yeah, and I think like when you don't have actors and actresses who can act well enough to carry it, and if you know the plot is just going to be a copy and paste kind of thing, it's just going to be, you know, throwing everything at a wall and seeing what sticks. So a lot of like the lesser known productions and stuff is, yeah, it becomes very formulaic, and it just very mediocre when it comes to the quality, and you just start questioning like why are they doing so many of this if there is nothing new that they're gonna bring to the table.
Yeah, so I think that's what was particularly interesting that he mentioned xuanhuan and xianxia in particular, because they have been very popular dramas. I'm sure he's gotten a lot of scripts offers for them, but there really is an issue with that genre or those two genres in the moment right now. And not to say, of course, that there aren't good ones. Of course, there are good ones. It's just that we're seeing a lot churned out, and the number of ones that you can that could be considered good are few in number.
Yeah, so that's that. And I think the other one of the other topics that we've kind of seen discussed a lot, and I think there is kind of a lack of understanding from like the international audience as well, is like censorship, and basically censorship and how much does censorship plays into like how a drama is crafted. And I think we wanted to bring that up because we have seen a lot of times like, you know, people throw like the issues to censorship and like pass it off as, oh, that's a censorship problem. But sometimes it's not just on censorship. Like it is still a very huge issue, obviously, but it's not sometimes the core issue of some problems. And sometimes they do use that as an excuse for certain dramas that, you know, are not able to be like, are not as good. And at the end of the day, I think censorship isn't really the biggest problem in that sense, but
Yeah,
it's
and
down to
sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
no, it's down to capitalism. Like
Yep.
ultimately, when you look at all these platforms, when you look at the C-drama industry, everything boils down to money.
Yep.
So the platforms are going to want to make things that do well. Like, you know, they want to get the money. And a lot of things, I think that is kind of, a lot of times that is kind of being overlooked when we talk about dramas and the content.
Yeah, so I think it's been discussed more on Weibo than on probably international platforms in terms of C-dramas, but the biggest issue that drama land faces today is not censorship. As E mentioned, censorship is a huge issue, but the biggest issue is capitalism. It's driven and it's behind a lot of the issues that we're seeing in current dramas. Investors care more about making money than producing quality dramas, or they care about pushing their own agendas. They care about pushing certain actors. They care about pushing certain topics or whatever it may be. And it's reflected in a lot of sub issues that we've seen popping up. So one of the first things is we always get asked this, why are there so many IP adaptations in Dramaland? Why are there not as many original works? Well, it's pretty simple. It's because buying IPs is a lot less risky, because IPs, even if they're smaller IPs, they have somewhat of a fan base, like a foundation of some sort.
Yeah, and I think it's not just about the fan base, but they have a case study.
Yeah, that's right.
That like stuff that they buy are not completely unknown novels. They have a certain like they have done well. So, they have a case study to show that, okay, if I buy this and I do the right things, I mean, if I copy it in that sense in a drama format, it's going to work well as well because people have liked the novel. So it's not so much about just tapping on the fan base, but it's just like Jay mentioned, it's a lesser risk approach as compared to original scripts where there are a lot of factors going into original scripts. Like, first you have to consider, of course, like the scriptwriter themselves, and scriptwriters come at a cost as well. You have to pay them for like the more famous ones. And if they're not famous, then, or if they have no like previous works that have done well, then it is a pretty risky investment because you're gonna put in all that money into the production, but you have no idea whether or not it's gonna do well.
Yeah, and there's no like there's no test that you've done for it. So that's why you see so many IP adaptations. And also, I don't think everyone may know this. China's web novel base is gigantic. Like, it's really funny because every time we see a military drama or we post on a military drama about like a soldier and a doctor, people are like, oh, it's a Descendants of the Sun remake. It's actually not. So people don't know this, but like there's so many web novels out there, and these military romance, like soldiers and doctors, it's a very popular romance genre in web novels, and they've existed long before Descendants of the Sun. So a lot of those adaptations that you're seeing for military dramas, they're based on novels that were published way before Descendants of the Sun. So that's just an example of like how many web novels there are. And there's so many historical web novels, BL web novels, modern romance web novels, suspense web novels, everything. So that's why it's a lot easier for platforms, production companies to buy IPs.
Yeah, you essentially have like, you don't even have to come up with a story in that sense. You just have to adapt it. So it's time consuming. It's less time consuming in that sense and less risk.
Yep. And then along with that, we mentioned this earlier, but casting big names, because they come with fan bases that will pay or that will watch no matter how good or bad the drama is. And because they come with fan bases, that means there's going to be brands who are willing to buy ad revenue, who are willing to sponsor the drama as well. So these are all considerations that go into the drama production that do hinder it to some extent. And I would say like the bigger production, the more investors tend to interfere. And I think that's one of the things we've seen. So Word of Honor, Rattan keep being brought up because they were A dramas, because they were A/A+ dramas. Investors didn't really have that much interest in it. So they actually didn't interfere that much with it. So the production team got a lot more freedom to do what they actually wanted with the drama productions.
Yeah, and I think you guys can probably see when, I think last time we used to post it as like industry events, and like whenever this kind of events happen, it's actually I think a more accurate translation would be an investor event, because it's literally like the Chinese term is literally to get an event to get investors interested in your project and to give you money for it. So it basically shows you how big a part these investors and like money plays a part in productions. And really sometimes it's, censorship is the last thing that you have to pass, but these things come in way before, like, sometimes even before production start.
Yep. And investor interference is a very true and definite thing that
so sorry, you wanted to say
something? I was gonna say, so there's like the term like 再次进驻, which means like, hard to describe, but basically it's meant to imply actors who are casted because they have investors behind them, basically.
Yeah, so obviously we don't know how much interference or how deep this goes because we are not in the industry, but it's kind of like a widely known thing just because of all the discussions that have gone around it. So
it's been widely reported, so
and like a lot of like the interviews and stuff that they've done with people who have worked in the industry. So obviously, there can be many made up like rumors and stuff about this stuff. So I would say to take it with a pinch of salt when you see certain names being tagged, but it's just kind of to put it out there that all of this is happening.
Yeah, and they have been heavily discussed, which is why we wanted to bring it up a little bit as well, because they are things that are currently hot topics on Weibo too.
Yeah.
So that leads us to the next subtopic on this. So sorry, the comment on Gongjing and Zhang Zhehan, and that it's that Gongjing actually, and he said this himself, he's actually luckier in the fact that he's been able to land lead roles since he pretty much entered the industry. Obviously, he's had a hard time in terms of trying to get projects at first, and he's struggled at times. But there are a lot of actors that really just struggle in landing projects, even in supporting roles. So it's a very competitive industry, and unfortunately, there is a lot of that goes on behind the scenes of it as well.
Yeah, so we mentioned this in like the live stream last year because it's an old article, but we did cover an interview called Wasted Actors, where it shows more of the actors that are caught in between your really popular ones and like the ones that don't do that well. But I think that article was really kind of scary and showing it's a good way to show it was a good one to show like how competitive the industry is. But yeah, that one was done like I think a couple of years ago now, but you guys can check it on the website if you haven't read it.
Yeah. So another issue with the industry right now is it's similar to buying IPs because there's less risk. They also jump on trends. When something becomes popular, when something takes off in terms of genre or topic, you're going to see like 10 other productions pop up after it, trying to jump like right on that success.
Yeah, so like I mean very obviously BLs are one of them, and it's still continuing because so far they have seen good results with the BLs that they've pushed out. So it's not just one, so they are still continuing on that trend. And I think the one that we have more issues with is the sweet romances, which we have been using the term tianchong, just because we feel like that term is kind of hard to translate. But basically tianchong dramas have been kind of a trend in the sense whereby there are a lot of dramas being made that fall in that genre, and it's to a point where it gets so saturated and we have no idea, like every time we're doing first impressions, we have no idea why they're making so many of those dramas when a lot of them are just not great dramas.
Yeah, and actually we're going to go into tianchongs in a little bit more because we have a lot to say about tianchongs. But another issue is we're seeing a lot of bad scriptwriters being rehired for continuous projects, and nobody understands why. Like, if a project didn't do well because the script was considered bad, why is that scriptwriter getting another opportunity, especially on bigger projects?
Yeah.
So people probably have heard of the upcoming drama. It's called Di Huanshu or Anle. Is it Anle Zhuan?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's an upcoming historical drama by Youku. It's an IP adaptation based on a novel, and there are popular rumored leads attached to it. Di Liubai and Gongjing are currently rumored for it. But there's been a lot of controversy because of the scriptwriter attached to it. The scriptwriter has a history of writing really bad scripts. Journey of Flower was one of them. I can't remember what his other works were, but it just begs the question, why are we giving scriptwriters who've had a poor history more opportunities, especially on really big projects, on big, important S+ projects?
Yeah, it's kind of scary because if they don't have a track record, then back to your question. I honestly have no idea as well why they keep getting hired. But to be fair, Journey of Flower did do well in ratings. It was just quite a while ago, and yeah, the script was not.
Well, no, but it wasn't just Journey of Flower. Like the scriptwriter, I can't remember his name, but he's had like a whole list of stuff that's just terrible. But anyway, that's why fans of both Diliraba and Gongjing are pretty not that happy with it. The name of the drama is Legend. There's no official name for it. It's not even. It hasn't even started filming, and they haven't announced the leads. We're just talking about the rumor. The translation for it would be called Legend of Enle.
It might change, so yeah, nothing.
Yeah, but stay tuned. It's an upcoming Yoku historical drama. But anyway, so yeah, so that just it just feeds into the cycle though. Like if you're not giving good scriptwriters better chances, if you're not giving new scriptwriters better chances, you're just going to continuously get bad dramas.
And I think with like last year, an example was yes, The Romance of Tiger and Rose, was it? Yeah, The Romance of Tiger and Rose. It actually shows that there are budding scriptwriters out there. And if I'm not wrong, Romance of Tiger and Rose was an original script, right?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was an original script. There are like not great, but there are like solid and like upcoming scriptwriters out there. It's just it's very hard to uncover them when and like to give them a chance when people keep going back to
bad scriptwriters.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. So that's sort of the issue with that. And also, okay, so I feel really strongly about this. And actually, we can probably talk about this in the tantrum section, so we can talk about this later. Do you want to go into the word of mouth stuff?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I think like because of all these problems, like they are casting, they're kind of not looking at what matters, because we feel like if you pay attention to your, how do you say it, your foundation, the story that you're trying to tell, the scriptwriter who is doing that story, the direction of it, and the characters, if they're actually good characters that are being written, the drama would do well. And it's not like we've not had case studies of that happening. And we have seen that, like, just from the few of this year's dramas, The Word of Honor, Rattan, and Imperial Coroner, there is actually, they actually do well, like in terms of word of mouth, where people are craving for good dramas these days. And if it's done well, if it's produced well, people will talk about it and people will give them like good reviews. I know that previously, just to digress a little, like previously a lot of people have been bashing Douban, saying that it's, it's full of antis and everything. But quite honestly, it is still a forum where people who genuinely watch dramas and enjoy dramas go to leave their reviews. So Douban is, in a sense, for certain Liuliang dramas especially, it does get flooded with antis. But at the same time, we can't overlook the fact that it also gets flooded with fans. And in that sense, the Liuliang dramas do balance out in that sense. So it is still a generally good indication of what kind of reviews a drama is getting out there, especially if it's not like a Liuliang drama that's been casted, and you're going to see more genuine, like kind of drama reviews coming out from that. So
yeah, I wanted to rant about this a little bit. So I have a huge issue with people saying Douban ratings are full of antis, because, guys, if Douban ratings were full of antis, you would see what we saw with Palace of Devotion, which is at a 3.8, and you would see what we saw with what's it called, Miss the Dragon, which is at a 3.7.
Oh, yeah.
That's what happens when you have really poor ratings. You would get ratings that low. It's not saying those are anti-ratings. Those are because people just don't like the drama. Liuliang dramas, they're not just about antis. Fans will rate 5 stars no matter what. Even if antis didn't exist, fans will rate 5 stars no matter what.
I can literally vouch for that, because I am in fandoms as well. And today I just saw a post from a fan asking fans to vote 5 stars for a recent drama.
Yeah.
So
people always say, oh, it's antis are pulling it out. No, guys, antis and fans are canceling each other out.
Yeah, pretty much. And at the end of the day, when you go look into it, there are actually genuine criticisms and like critiques about the dramas. And I think as drama viewers, we just find it very dismissive to just dismiss an entire platform that has been there for the longest of time for novel reviews, movie reviews, drama
Music
reviews.
reviews, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, to say that, oh, it's so easy to just flood it out with NTs. Like, yeah, it is true that they do flood certain dramas, but we can't take it as a, gauge for, oh, all it's just not accurate because there are a lot of antis on it. It's just not true, because then you wouldn't see like, some of the daylight dramas getting really rave reviews. Like, I'm pretty sure those are not like paid reviews in that sense.
Yeah, like you can tell what a good drama is and what a mediocre drama is and what a bad drama is. Like obviously Douban is not going to be the end all be all. There's plenty of really popular dramas that have very mediocre Douban ratings. So we're not saying it's the absolute rating, but just to say, oh, people say, oh, Douban rating is bad for this drama because antis are pulling it down. It's just really, really dismissive.
Yeah,
and really not true either.
And I think like a lot of people tend to use like really high ratings as a benchmark of like the passing grade. And I think it works very differently for Douban, because Douban has always been a more critical kind of platform where I do think it's quite hard sometimes for like romance dramas to get like really high ratings, for example. So there is a certain biasy that goes behind the platform, but at the same time, because it's so critical, it's hard for a lot of dramas to hit like your 8s and your 9s. Like, and a lot of people, when it comes to the international audience, when they don't see an 8 or a 9, they automatically think that it's bad. But I think it closes the door for a lot more in-depth discussion on what makes a good drama and what exactly is wrong with that drama, because you can have mediocre dramas and we should be talking about what are the rooms for improvement for, the dramas that follow after that, instead of just, a certain rating is just bad, it's not good and we have to, bring it up and stuff like that.
And I also think people equate it to like MDL ratings, and that's not quite true. So Douban uses like the full scale. A 6 or 7 on Douban isn't bad. It's mediocre to okay. It's decent.
Yeah, I would say actually like a 7 is decent.
Yeah, it is.
Like I have dramas that I really enjoyed and they're like a 7, and I don't think that's low or anything. It's just reasonable.
Yeah, like we love Story Milan. Story Milan's like a 7.8, I think.
Yeah, because
Story of Yanxi Palace is like a 7.8.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, they rate it. A lot of people use the ratings because it is actually true. While you have a lot of like popular dramas, like ENC was like an insane hit, there are a lot of issues with that drama.
Mm-hmm.
There were people that hated it because there were so many historical inaccuracies, things like you can't even have, an empress alleging that she even committed suicide, stuff like that. And people were really enraged over those stuff. And I think it goes to show that the drama is being evaluated on a lot of different in a lot of different areas, and when it comes to like a 7, it gives you room to say, okay, there are certain flaws with it. It is a good drama, but there are certain flaws in it.
Yep. It's very hard to get an 8 or a 9 on Douban. Like if you look at the stuff that's been getting 8 or 9, like you sort of see what Douban's taste is.
Yeah. So yeah, sorry to kind of digress and go on a rant, but like every time we post stuff on this, we just we wanted to clarify it, because I think a lot of people just don't understand, and they don't understand the scale in that sense, where when you have a drama that's like around 5 to 7, it's not necessary to say that, oh, the drama was horrible and stuff. I mean, if you get it a 2 or 3, yeah, it's pretty much horrible, but anything that's around like a 5 to 7, it's probably because there are quite a lot of issues with that drama, and you are still like able to enjoy it, but just it might not sit right with certain people.
Yeah, and that's all it really means. So yeah, sorry, we just get a little frustrated every time we post on a drama's Douban rating.
Yeah, and it gets like, it's just people don't really understand. So yeah, I mean, maybe one day when we have time, maybe we'll write an article about it. I don't know. But yeah, for now, this is all we get. So
yeah. Okay, so now we wanted to rant about tantrums.
This is going to become a ranting session.
Okay, So to be for the record, we are not against tianchons. We like sweet romances. What we don't like is how oversaturated that genre has become and how much lack of effort and sincerity there is that goes into the production behind a lot of them. So again, tianchon dramas are sweet, fluffy romances. When you think of sweet, fluffy romances, I think some of the most classic examples are Boss and Me from 2014, which was a pretty big hit. And then you had in 2017, you had Love 020.
Yeah.
And obviously in 2017, you also had like A Love So Beautiful, The Eternal Love. And that just spawned like a whole bunch of like sweet, fluffy romances. And especially, I think in the past year, we've just seen so much of them. And the reason why is pretty simple. Tianchon dramas, sweet, fluffy romance dramas, are cheap to make. You don't have to cast big names for them because you're selling the tropes. You're selling the tongue, the candy, the sweet moments. So you don't have to worry about casts. You can cast anybody, really.
Sometimes they do like sell the cast though. Sometimes.
No, yeah, they do. But like The Eternal Love and The Love So Beautiful had like complete rookies.
Yeah, that's true. So just to also quickly clarify, it could be both. Like it could be from any time frame. It could be a historical, it could be a modern. So it's just generally like the main point of the drama that they're trying to convey is the romance.
Yeah, so people have probably seen this. Youku and Ichi both have specific tianchon feature lineups that are coming up. That are airing right now and are going to be continuing into later this summer. Ichi calls theirs Sweet On, which is a parallel of their Light On feature of suspense dramas. So Sweet On is basically all tianchons. And then Youku has, I think it's called Chong, something lineup. Yeah, it's
something like that.
Yeah.
But basically, like, it means like, how do you translate Chong? Like adoring, love stage kind of thing. Yeah.
So anyway, Youku and Aichi are devoting specific features to tianchons, and we started doing first impressions for all the dramas that come out of Dramaland starting late last year, and the genre that we've been doing the most for is tianchon. So I feel like we have a pretty good grasp when we say there are way too many mindless tianchons.
And a lot of them are just, I honestly don't know the point of making them. Like, I love romances, I honestly do, but it has to mean something. Like, okay, first of all, like the leads do have to have chemistry. Like that is very important. And then like when you're talking about like I think the main problem that we feel is a lot of these dramas are being made because they are selling romances and they're selling the idea of romance. And because a lot of drama viewers, like there is a large percentage of drama viewers and just general media consumption, the largest market is the females. So like going off of that tangent, they are catering for a lot of these dramas to the female audience. And precisely the thing that I brought up earlier with Rattan, they don't understand sometimes what the audiences want nowadays, or like how the tastes are changing. And something that has like worked back in 2015, 2017, they don't take into account that during that time, the drama industry wasn't so saturated. But nowadays, because we have different platforms, we have TV, we have web, a lot on web. It's so easy to push up dramas on web. You don't have to have a schedule in that sense. People get bombarded with a lot of these dramas and it gets very tiring sometimes. Like at the end of the day, it seems like, they're just not putting their heart into making all these dramas and they're selling the romance just for the sake of it. And when you're writing like a good romance, they no longer consider what makes the relationship work, what makes the characters attracted to each other, but rather they're just putting together these characters in ridiculous kind of moments, and it's just completely illogical. You can't exactly relate to these characters, which is ironic because they want it to be appealing, so you can kind of envision yourself in the shoes of these characters. So it's like they're selling that romance to you in that sense, but at the same time, they're not making these characters relatable. So after watching that many Tianchongs like in between us when we were doing first impressions, that is pretty much like the underlying problem of that. They're making these dramas just to um, sell the romance without considering whether or not it makes logical sense for the characters to be doing what they're doing, nor do they consider whether the romance actually strikes a chord with readers, with watchers, but they're just pretty much selling tropes. So like I think last year or the year before, there were a few trends on how some of the kissing scenes have become super ridiculous. And
The upside down Spider-Man kiss, which drama was that?
yeah, I suddenly I should have done more homework and like compiled a whole list of those, but I can't like remember like many of them now, but a lot of them like have been trending for becoming like really ridiculous. And like the one that I remember was I can't remember the name of the drama, but it was it was starring Xiong Ziqi and Lai Yumeng. I think it was one of like the romances based on like a pretty early on novel that was really outdated. They had like some noodle kiss. I think the female lead was eating it was really gross. No, it was really gross. It was trending because it was really gross. The female lead, I think, was eating noodles or something, and then the male lead just came in and forced the kiss on her, and like they kissed from like a strand of noodle. Yeah, I don't know. They were probably going for some lady on the tram kind of concept, but it was just gross. And I think a lot of them are like trying to find new ways to like make it trend and stuff, but they just
so they're focusing on the wrong things. They're like trying to stand out with like tropes and like kiss scenes or like tongue scenes, like candy sweet scenes, instead of like trying to tell a good story.
Yeah, and I think at the end of the day, when you have been exposed to so many of these dramas, and I think for honestly for any drama viewers, when you've been exposed to too many of it, you start to get very immune and you just want something different, which is again like why Rattan was able to do well in a sea of like BG romances, because there was like a reversal of roles and he went into like the characters and stuff like that.
Yeah, and also just the whole tantrum phenomenon and why we've seen such an oversaturated flood of it is because, again, it's capitalism. Like we said, they're cheap to make and they make money really, really easily. So the way dramas make money, as we mentioned, is from VIP memberships, from views, and from ads. And because tantrum dramas, sweet romance dramas, are so cheap to make, they make money really easily. So I read this somewhere. I don't know how many people know of this drama, but Gongjing's Unique Lady, which wasn't even like popular, but like apparently it made a lot of money because it was so cheap to make, and it surprisingly got more clicks than expected. So it made a lot of money for the drama, and that's why they made a Unique Lady too. And you've seen that with like other. We get questions on why these dramas are getting sequels, like Well Intended Love, The Eternal.
Yeah.
It's because they're cheap to make and they make money really easily.
Yeah, so like the filming time for these dramas, especially if it's a modern romance, they can film it really quickly. Like I think in maybe 2 months. If it's like a really small production, like web drama kind, it can probably be done in like a month.
Yep.
So you can film a lot of this, and yeah, especially for like honestly, for historicals, it's not that expensive right now as well, because you can just film it at Hengdian, and it's just really fast to turn around, and you just keep getting new content, you keep getting viewers. So even though they're not raking in massive numbers in terms of the views, it's enough to keep their subscriptions going. It's enough to keep advertisers happy because they still do have that audience.
Yep. So that's why we keep getting them. We were just talking about this before the live stream. We want tantrum dramas to do well. We want better tantrums to come out. We've recently been flooded with a bunch of the 520 Warly
Yeah.
Tianchong dramas. None have been good or decent, and we are really hopeful, especially since this summer there's going to be a lot coming. We're hoping that there is more effort put into Tianchong dramas because we do like them when they're done well.
Yeah, and I have to say, like, I think if when there's more effort put into it, I feel like the actors benefit as well because, like, a lot of Tianchong's cast are rookies, and it's not a very good platform for them to learn acting if it gets very easily, like, if mediocre acting gets passed on very easily. But I think that is also, like, not just the fault of the actors, but from the production team and the directors, because again, if you are really going in to tell a good story, you're gonna put in more focus on the characters. But if you're just focusing on the romance, then it's very easy to get mediocre acting to pass, and the actors don't really benefit from that as well.
Yeah, no, actually, that's a fantastic point on it. I think actors are given a disservice when they're given bad scripts or not well developed characters because it doesn't really give them anything to work with. It's an issue for rookie actors because then they don't really learn how to act. It's even an issue for more established actors. So someone is asking what example of Tianchong dramas are, as we mentioned, Boss and Me, Love 020, A Love So Beautiful, The Eternal Love, Put Your Head on My Shoulder, The Romance of Tiger and Rose. These are actually pretty decent Tianchongs in our opinions. They're Tianchongs that we liked and we thought were pretty good. Among them, there are also a lot of not so good ones.
I have to disclaim for Boss and Me. I feel like it's more of
that's yeah.
That was not exactly a
so Boss and Me is more about Zhao than anything else.
Yeah, she's just likable as an actress, and she carries, like, she brings more to the character than what is on the surface. So, but honestly, if you're talking about like plot wise, it's still pretty like normal. It's just that back then we weren't flooded with that many dramas, so it was easier to make a decent drama in that sense.
Yeah, so we're just hoping, like, so I really felt this strongly because I just watched Word of Honor. Gong Jun and Zhang Jianhan have both done a lot of Tianchongs, and I feel like they both gave their best performances ever with Word of Honor, and it's because they were given such a better script, and because the characters that they were given were so much more well developed. The scriptwriter who wrote Word of Honor wrote these like massively long character analyses for Word of Honor to give to the actors so that they could study up on the character. And you can't do that for a lot of the Tianchong scripts characters because they're so one-dimensional.
Yeah, and it's not like you have a lot of time to do that either when like your filming is 100 days or lesser. Yeah, so I think that's why I brought up like the acting part of it, because I do find like the acting to be very lacking in a lot of these dramas, but I think people have to understand that sometimes the actors are not entirely at fault, because if the director gives you a pass on that take, you're going to continue not knowing that it's bad. And I think because of all these limitations, you know, the 1D characters, the time that you have to film and things like that, a lot of this acting, as long as it's serviceable or like possible to the director, then it gets a pass. But you know, it's just not helpful for like rookie actors, because that is like all the chance they get to act, and if you don't get experience, it's gonna be hard for them when they're going on to bigger stuff.
Yeah, and you've seen like good actors who are put in Tianchongs, and it's just like, what is happening? So, My Dear Guardian, I don't know if you saw this. Li Qing's been getting some criticism.
I watched it.
Yeah, so Li Qing's been.
Shoot. Yeah, we're late for first impressions, but yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, I know. And so Li Qing's actually considered a pretty decent actress, but she's been getting some flack for My Dear Guardian because the script is lacking, the character is lacking.
Yeah, and I have to say her acting was not great there.
Yeah, like, so it again just goes back to, if it's a disservice to the actors themselves too. Like, it's not just a disservice to viewers because we get so many not so great dramas, but it's not so great for the actors either because they just don't get good opportunities to learn better acting skills or to show off their acting range.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. It's really late. So moving on.
Yes.
So the next thing, like,
actually, sorry. One other thing. I want to talk about Chaotian Demo real quick.
No, I was going to go to that.
Oh, okay.
No, but go ahead.
Okay. So one of the questions actually we got on Twitter was they wanted us to talk about the current, how do you call it? The current.
Okay. The current way of how web dramas air.
Yes.
I think this was changed a couple of years ago. Was it Untamed that they actually launched this with?
So it was the finale or the last few episodes of the Untamed that they started this with. And then for the full drama, it was Joy of Life that started. So basically we're talking about what's called 超前点播, which means giving VIP members of a streaming platform the ability to purchase episodes in advance. So this is a different airing timeline than what VIP members get. It's a different timeline than what non-VIP members get. And it was started by Tencent with the Untamed's last few episodes because of how well the Untamed was doing. They decided to launch this to test it out. And because they got a pretty good response for it, they continued that with the full drama for Joy of Life. Now
so I have to disclaim that
it's in every drama.
The good response was actually people paying for it because they actually did get a lot of backlash for it.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I meant. Like good response as in people paid for it.
Yeah.
But now it's everywhere. Like every single
almost
the
every
tiniest tantrum dramas do this.
Yeah, so now just to clarify, it gets very confusing, honestly, even for us when we're doing updates as well. Because now when you have a drama that's on a web platform, you're looking at essentially 3 types of dates. So one of it is for normal viewers, which is like your non-VIP. So if you go on Tencent IT and you don't have any sort of membership, there are still dramas that are free to watch, but they release it on a much slower schedule. It's probably like 1 a day or lesser than that. And then you have the other schedule, which used to be the norm when these streaming platforms launched, was the VIP subscriptions. So all you had to do is like paying a Netflix subscription, and you just and you get advanced episodes. So you are likely to get whenever a drama airs, you are most often likely to get like at least 6 episodes more than the normal user. And then and then like the following week you just get more episodes as compared to non-VIP. And then the last one that we are talking about specifically is what they call 超前点播, which is if you translate it, it's pretty much a VIP advanced screening. So this is only possible if you already have a VIP subscription. So you actually do have to get a VIP subscription first. And then on top of that, you pay, it's a pay-per-view per episode kind of thing. So they release, they pretty much release it like at least like a week earlier, I think. So you get the finale much earlier than the VIP members.
Yeah. So it's made it really confusing for people who are trying to follow, especially for international viewers, because they don't have access to that. But at a bigger scale, this is the reason why we're bringing it up. It's affected a lot of things with the drama itself, and it affects the marketing for the dramas. So to go a little bit more into it, it affects pacing because you're getting so many episodes at once. You don't have time to digest really what you're consuming. The story just comes out all at once, and it affects marketing because if a drama is on 超前点播 and episodes are already out, even if you don't purchase it, the clips are already all over Weibo. You've already seen the finale for it. You're not like the suspense, the wait game, or whatever you've been waiting for has been taken out of it because it's already been spoiled for you.
Yeah, and I feel like it happens to me a lot because I don't have that much time to follow dramas like all the way to the end necessarily, but I still might be interested in some of the dramas, and I think it doesn't affect, like, of course, the hardcore fans who are following the drama. You're still gonna watch it. You're most likely going to pay for it, but for a lot of like casual viewers, previously you were still able to, watch it and follow it without getting too spoiled. But now with like the advanced VIP episodes, you pretty much don't have a very solid reason to go back to watching the drama properly. Like you can just get the clips all over Weibo, like the highlights of it.
Yeah, and the other thing is like, I don't know if this is going to be a problem with other dramas, and I hope not, but Word of Honor, for example, they were editing. Like they were editing the dramas in live time as the Chaoshan Dianbo was happening, because they were releasing like 7 additional episodes every week once the advanced episodes for purchase started. They didn't really have time to put in quality editing for the episode. That's why they had to go back a lot to fix things, because a lot of the editing became really sloppy towards the end. And I hope that we're not going to see more of that, because it really affects the drama's quality.
Yeah, and I think, when people start marketing it as well, you're not quite sure how to do it, because technically the final episode is out for people who pay for it, but it might not be for a lot of the other people. So yeah, when it comes to marketing, it's just a bit like, do you go ahead with it, but you still have to tell people to not pirate it and watch it properly in that sense.
No, and even for actors, I don't know if people have seen, but actors have to do like 3 farewell posts now.
Yeah.
They have to do 1 farewell post for the advanced, like people who've seen it advanced. They have to do 1 farewell post for the VIP members and then 1 farewell post for the non-VIPs.
Yeah, it just gets so confusing.
And it just messes with the pacing, and it like affects how much buzz a drama can get too, because the finish is so much faster. Like fans of the Imperial Coroner were complaining because they opened Chaochen Dianbo for it. If they had aired it at a normal pace, it would have given it more time to get word of mouth out. It would have given more time for it to attract attention. And Word of Honor fans were complaining about this too. So interesting enough, Rattan, because Yoku sold the exclusive rights, they couldn't actually do Chaochen Dianbo for it. They couldn't do the advanced VIP purchase for it. So they actually aired at a much slower pace.
Yeah, it gives people more time to breathe and talk about it. And I think it's good you brought up Imperial Coroner, because I think they suffered a lot because the drama wasn't very long. It was like 24 episodes, and it only got more buzz, like literally, I think midway, and that was when it was already ending for VIP viewers. So like people were just getting into it, and it was already ending for like the VIP viewers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, it's precisely what you mentioned. Like they don't even have time to properly get into it.
Yeah, so like Chaochen Dianbo has been criticized, but platforms aren't going to stop doing it because it makes money.
Yeah, it gets them the money, so.
And that leads to the last topic we had on the industry itself was, so someone asked us about this. There's Tencent, Yoku, Aichi have been trending the last couple of days, or rather their CEOs have been trending the last couple of days. So I don't know how many people saw our tweets on this, but there is a ongoing war right now. The platforms are taking a major stand against what they call short videos. And what that specifically refers to are Douyin videos, Bilibili videos, like what we call how would you describe art Trung?
Like, okay, so Trung is like adaptation, like remaking an original, taking original content and like making a content out of that original content. But I think for simplistic understanding sake, we can just call it fan-made videos.
Yeah, so that would include not just like fan edits, but it would also include like discussion videos, review videos, music videos, all sorts of like videos based on existing dramas.
Yeah, so pretty much anything that takes like the original clips from like the drama and puts it in the video that you're making.
Yeah, so the platforms have basically said, we really think that this is a copyright violation now. That we think that this is a copyright violation. It's affecting how the dramas do, and we are against it. We are taking a stand against it, and we are banning it.
can I just go on a rant because literally I think the IT CEO was the hashtag for what he said was that Chuang like fan-made videos are piracy.
Yeah. Like what?
Like literally that was what he said, and that was the hashtag that was being used. So he's gotten like the comments are pretty amazing. I don't know whether what's going to come out of it, but the comments are pretty much saying like it's not like IT hasn't pirated ideas, so why are you no, I love that comment.
Yeah, so okay, so this is the problem. People who aren't on Weibo a lot, who aren't on Bilibili or may not know this, but these fan-made videos are basically free marketing for the drama.
It is, yeah.
They do so much. They go such a long way in generating interest in a drama.
Yeah, like you would see people saying, like we are not on the Douyin platforms, but sometimes it gets moved over to Weibo. But you would see people saying things like, "Oh, I discovered this drama because of a Douyin video."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that is why fans are so angry and like about this. And I mean, apart from the fact that it's utter, I can't curse.
Just say BS.
Yes, it's complete BS. Apart from the fact that it's like it is free marketing and promotion for that, and they're like basically saying without all of this videos, you wouldn't even be getting the kind of
attention.
The kind of traction, the kind of views that you are getting for your dramas.
Yeah, so it's like, and so the nerve of these CEOs to say, "Oh, that's piracy." Oh, you Bilibili should fix. The Yoku CEO said Bilibili should focus on original content.
Yeah. Oh my god.
The nerve of the Yoku video, the nerve of the Yoku CEO to say that when Word of Honor benefited so much from fan-made videos on Bilibili. Like, okay, so I don't think people know this. I think Avenue X talked about this on her Chinese live stream, but Word of Honor, it wasn't even just like fan, like MVs. They got so much like analysis videos, discussion videos, review videos on Bilibili, and that generated so much attention and marketing for it. So it's like, what is the Yoku CEO even saying? Like, without that, Word of Honor wouldn't have gotten the buzz it did.
Can I just say that their Twitter page was literally posting all these fan-made videos without proper credit? I'm still pissed about that.
Wait, oh, their Twitter. Yeah.
No, they were.
The Yoku International account was like posting these like great fan-made videos without actually putting who made them.
Yeah, so like all of this were actually originating from Weibo or Bilibili. And like they didn't even give proper credit, but okay, sorry, I digress. I just had
and you're using that to promote your drama. Like, what is that? So, anyways, this is becoming a huge issue. It's already happening on Bilibili. Videos are being taken down.
They're saying that the ones that is getting the most affected right now is ITE stuff. So I've just seen like comments saying that a lot of the videos that have been taken down are by ITE.
Yeah, so the reason why this is important, one, it's because it's been trending a lot lately, because it's such a huge topic, and it really might affect how we're gonna see dramas get promoted in the future. Because if they're really strict about this, it's gonna be harder for smaller dramas to get word of mouth out.
Yeah, because like Imperial Coroner was literally promoted by a lot of this like video makers as well when they were doing like review videos, and you can't do that without so like remember how you were saying that you were promoting Mining Town to me and I wasn't watching, but I watched it after I watched a video review.
Yeah,
so like that is how much impact they have, because when you have like a video review, you get to see like actual clips, and sometimes those clips, like these like creators are very good at showing like highlights of the dramas.
Yeah.
And you are essentially just diminishing them as like non-original creators, but they are actually doing like good work. And not to mention, like a lot of like the fan-made videos are also good at attracting like viewers. And I think the problem with them doing this, it's honestly not because it's a copyright issue. It's complete BS. It's not a copyright thing. It is a money thing.
Yep.
It is ultimately still a money thing, because all these external platforms, though in Bilibili, they are not owned by these streaming platforms.
Yep.
Yeah, so they are concerned because they are getting so much views, but they can't figure out a way of how to earn from these views yet. And I think that's why a lot of people were pissed, because it's not so much that they're concerned about, keeping copyright issues and stuff, but it's just them again trying to make restrictions because they want to earn more money or find a way that they can get all of these views to them instead.
Yeah. So yeah, we totally agree. It doesn't make any sense, but it's a huge issue. We're going to continue to keep an eye on it. And it's a developing situation. And I really think that a lot of the smaller web dramas are going to be hit by it if they don't get the free marketing.
Yeah, so we're pretty much just seeing how it goes because and I think we just brought it up again because just yesterday all three CEOs voiced out about it, and
it was so dumb.
Yeah, it was so stupid. And I think I just saw it just before we started the live stream. I saw some production companies putting out statements as well. I don't know whether you managed to see it. I saw it on Sinli Media. They put out a announcement. It was
and they did this back in May, they did this back in May as well, but it's just
Yeah, so I mean this is more of a we don't know how it's gonna go, but we'll continue to keep an eye on it.
Yeah. Okay, let's bulldoze through this.
Okay, the last part, I promise. This is kind of yes, no, yes, 2 more parts. So the next part we're gonna just really quickly cover is the dramas that we are looking forward to for the second half of the year.
Is there just an overview as well?
Sorry, what?
Oh, right. Just an overview as well, yeah.
Yeah, of what is coming. So obviously this it's just a gauge because these are just the stuff that we've seen platforms mentioning that they are targeting to push this out. So we don't know if for sure they will come out. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good gauge. So this year is pretty different because second half of the year, we are already slowly starting to see more commemoration dramas, but because this year, again, it's the 100th year anniversary, so there are a lot more commemoration dramas that are going to come out. So I think so far we have had 2 of them, and they're just...
No, there's been a lot. The 2 at the...
the 2 was just on Hunan, right?
Yeah. There's been a lot of commemoration dramas coming out. There's going to be a lot more coming out. So the official anniversary for the CCP is July. So the closer you get to July, the more you're gonna see commemoration dramas.
Yeah, and I honestly don't know how they're gonna work it out because June and July is the summer season, which is one of the peak periods for your campus romances and stuff. So yeah.
But I guess they'll probably just do the commemoration dramas on TV and then do everything else.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. So speaking of that, as we mentioned, there's going to be Aichi has their Sweet On dramas. Yoku has their version of that, and a lot of those are going to come this summer. So that's going to be a lot of your Tianchong dramas, a lot of romances that people are probably looking forward to. So that includes Fall in Love, which we're looking forward to. That's a Republican romance from Yoku with Chen Xinxi and Zhang Jingyi. And we are actually, the 2 of us are looking forward to that because
I'm pretty excited.
Because visuals and because we like the actors.
Okay, so both, we're not that shallow. So both actors are pretty Zhang Jingyi is still a rookie, but she has delivered pretty solid performances.
Yep.
In her previous drama and on film. The reviews have been pretty good. So and but they haven't really been releasing a lot of stuff for this. I think it was just been some drama posters and stills. So
but it's supposed to come out soon, so stay tuned for that.
So we're just going off based on how good they look together in the posters.
So the other one is The Flaming Heart. Obviously, people are going to be looking forward to this because it's Gong Jun as a firefighter. And it also stars Zhang Huiwen, and the trailer actually looked better than I expected. And that's actually supposed to come really soon. The rumor is, and they've also started zhaoshang for it, which means they're getting sponsors for it. And that's usually an indicator that it's probably going to be coming really soon. And then, so those are Yoku dramas. And then Falling Into Your Smile, also Yoku drama. That is Shikai in...
Chengxiao.
Is it Chen Xiao? Chen Xiao? Chen Xiao?
Chengxiao, I
Chen
think.
I don't know.
We
my
feel
my mother always corrects me when I say her name because I pronounce it wrong. But anyways, so that's the esports romance that a lot of people are really anticipating. That's also going to be coming from Yoku. So iQIYI also has a bunch of tianchons coming up. The currently airing Moonlight is part of their xianhuan lineup. The drama that's rumored to be coming really soon for them, another tianchon, is The Day of Becoming You, which has Zhang Xingchen and Liang Jie.
Oh, right, yeah.
And that one's gonna be pretty interesting because it's like
a body swap.
Yeah, it's a body swap between like an idol, like a male idol, and a journalist or something. So I think there are people who are gonna be pretty excited about that. And then iQIYI has other dramas in their xianhuan lineup as well. So we're gonna be getting a lot of romances this summer. Oh, and Tencent is going to, I don't know if you saw this, You Are My Glory is rumored to be coming.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were always planning for a summer release for them. So yeah it's kind of on schedule.
So You Are My Glory is an S+ drama, but it's also a tianchon. So You Are My Glory is the one with Yang and Dili, which I know everybody is probably excited about. So that's
honestly, like, I feel like I'm probably the one who's like not that excited about it, because like I've read the source novel and I felt like it was one of this is honestly personal because I know a lot of people liked it, but yeah, I just didn't feel like it was one of her better works. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people are in it for the visuals.
Yeah, so that's set to be coming something soon too. So basically, get ready for a summer of a lot of modern romances.
Yeah, because it's also pretty much it's the season for romances and like campus dramas and stuff.
Yeah, so on the BL, stay tuned. We're going to talk about it in just a couple of minutes, actually. So continuing on that, so Tencent's big dramas, they're S+ dramas. They're still trying to get them out. We've already mentioned You Are My Glory. The Golden Hairpin, Ancient Love Poetry, The Oath of Love, they're all supposed to come out this summer. I know everybody's like, where is The Oath of Love? The Oath of Love is, by all accounts, trying to get a TV broadcast.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the holdup because it's going to take longer because everybody's in line to get a TV broadcast, especially for summer, because that's the highly coveted TV slot, especially since it's commemoration season as well. They're basically just waiting in line at this point. And the Golden Hairpin is said to be trying for TV as well.
I saw that. Yeah.
So those two, those are the delays. Like people are always like, why are they not coming yet? Well, a huge part of it is because they're waiting for TV.
Yeah, like I think The Long Ballad was trying for that, but they didn't manage to. Wait, did they?
The Long Ballad? They did like this really obscure. Remember, like this. Really
yeah, but they were trying for like a bigger channel, if I'm not wrong. So sometimes, like for the delays, it's because they are trying to get a TV spot because it still gets more like general public views.
Yep. And there's two layers of it in terms of why it takes longer if you're waiting for TV. One is because it's a lot more competition if you're trying to get a TV slot, especially on like the prime time. And two, it's because there's additional censorship needed if you are looking to get on TV. Like it's a lot stricter.
Yeah.
So we don't know if the Oath of Love is coming soon, but if you're wondering about the delays, it's because they're trying for a TV broadcast. And then Ancient Love Poetry, which is Zhoudouying Xukai, it was supposed to come out after The Long Ballad.
Yeah.
But there were, I don't know what the issues were with it, but it got delayed, but it is said to be coming soon. So I'm like bulldozing our way.
Go ahead. No, we need to hurry up.
So the last part is, or not the last part, the next part is iQIYI's Light On series. So for those who aren't familiar, iQIYI's Light On series is their suspense mini dramas.
Yeah.
Did you want to talk a little bit about how it went last year?
Yeah, so last year we had it started with The Kidnapping Game and then followed up with The Bad Kids, which was a major hit and pretty much gave like the whole Light On series a lot of focus and is one of the main reasons why they continued on like adding on more dramas to the whole series. So like Jay mentioned, it's basically showcasing like suspense, crime, mystery dramas, and they're all 12 episodes long. And yeah, so last year I think we had 5 dramas. Yeah. I do have to say though, because of the success of the Bad Kids and the Long Night that was after that, a lot of people paid a lot of attention to it, but also it's kind of like the daylight situation, like the daylight entertainment situation, where they tend to go and say like, oh, all light on dramas are amazing kind of thing. But there is still a difference because the different dramas in the series are kind of helmed by different production companies. So the Bad Kids and the Long Night were by different companies as well, right?
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, they were. So
But they were
but
based
those
on
two-
novels by
yeah.
the same author.
Yeah, but those two were based on like novels by the same author. So those two were the ones that did really well. And then the others kind of were some of them did pretty well. Like the kidnapping game was did pretty decently. Sisyphus ending not so much. It kind of fell flat there. And then Crimson River was just
Bad.
just yeah, just
Crimson
bad.
River was an example where they were trying to say censorship was the reason why it was bad.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was just the whole pacing, the cinematography of it. Yeah,
And
it was
the
just
acting was weird too, and I like the actors in it.
yeah, I like the cast. I actually had expectations for that. Yeah, so so that was the Light On series, and they actually also did Wisher last year, but it wasn't in like last year's lineup, so they are pushing this out, I think, this year. So continuing on that, there are two dramas that we are going to probably be looking at for second half of the year. One of them is what's the name again?
Who is Murder?
Yeah, Who is Murder? So that one is Zhao Liying, Dong Zijian, and
Xiaoyang.
yes, Xiaoyang, and the other one is Wisher with Feng Xiaofeng, Fan
Wen
Chengcheng, and
Qi.
Wen Qi. So those two will probably be the only ones that we'll be getting this year, and then they have announced like others that we'll be covering later that are currently like in production or in the lineup. That is, you're probably going to see it next year.
Yeah, but the two that we're expecting to see for Light On this year are Who is Murder and Wisher, and we're excited about both. Who is Murder, obviously, because of the cast. It's just really solid. For those who aren't familiar, you obviously know who Zhao Liying is, but Dong Zijian and Xiaoyang are very, very solid film actors, or primarily known for film. They've obviously have dramas as well, but I just really like the casting.
Yeah,
hold on. Sorry.
No worries. Go.
Can you continue real quick?
Yeah, go. Yeah, so both dramas like plot wise are pretty interesting as well. So I think people are just pretty much waiting for the Light On dramas to start this year, and we are pretty excited about that as well.
Yeah, and sorry, I'm back. The Light On drama is the Light On dramas are also like, so Tencent has their S plus dramas as their headliners. iQIYI's headliners are their Light On dramas.
Yeah.
So MGTV has their mini drama feature going on too. As I mentioned, Hunter was the first of it, and it's going to continue as the summer goes on. There's a lot coming from that.
I remember there was one I was looking forward to. Do you remember the titles?
The Zhou Yutong one is the one I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I think it's like I wrote this down. Remembrance of Things Past.
Okay, I can't find it.
Yeah, it's the Remembrance of Things Past. It's going to be part of this mini drama feature lineup. Those of you who are Gongjun fans, his currently filming drama Dream Garden is also going to be in this lineup too. And there's going to be a lot more coming from that. So the other drama we're looking forward to, and hopefully it comes out this year, is A Love Never Lost.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the drama with Li Xian, Chen Xia, Wei Daxun, Zhou You, and special appearance by Zhu Yawen. So it's sort of like a republic, like a Qing dynasty bleeding into the Republic of China era drama. So it's going to be covering like the a lot of the history in that area, and the trailer and stills that we got from it just look really amazing. It's going to be directed by the director of Day and Night and also Fearless Whispers. So he has a really good reputation. And the scriptwriter is also a really well-known scriptwriter too.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much, we didn't get really excited until we saw the trailer. So the trailer looks really amazing. And yeah, and I think like on the genre as well, we don't get that many dramas, I don't think. at least
Yeah,
not
that
on.
time period is pretty interesting too.
Yeah, so the other one, if you guys want are up for it, I'm not sure whether there are subs, but White Deer Plain is the other like really well received one that covers from that transition period from the Qing Dynasty to the Republican era.
Yeah, that one's really good too. So yeah, those are the dramas from those major platforms, and then of course the remaining BL 101. So the joke is this was supposed to be like the major year for BL 101s. It's June, we've gotten one.
Yeah.
But so disclaimer, because this is a special year, because things are always changing in this environment, we can't guarantee anything in terms of when these are going to air. But in terms of what's being rumored right now, there's a good possibility that we're going to be getting Winter's King or Shapolang in soon. I don't want to say when, but soon. That's the rumor.
Yeah, okay, so probably for you guys who like follow it closely, you already know, but they just passed censorship, right?
Yes, and just to be clear, passing censorship does not mean a drama is going to air right away because there's like other stuff that goes into it, like the network or the broadcasting streaming platform has to line up sponsors and find a place in airing schedule for it. Sorry, my mother is bringing me food.
Go. No, but it is like pretty much one step closer to getting aired. So yeah, so that's like the latest news that we have seen. Just based on like what's going on right now, I think for second half of this year, fingers crossed, if you're lucky, we might be getting Shapolang and How You Sing, which I think recently had a change in like title as well. So
How You Sing didn't, Chapolang didn't.
Did it? No?
Yeah.
Okay, I lost track.
How You Sing is still How You Sing, and it's the English title is Immortality. That's the one with
yes,
Luo Yunxi and Chen Zi, and that's going to be coming. The rumor right now is August, but
yeah, I saw that too.
Again, these things are never certain. Someone asked us, I remember on a CC, if it's likely Tencent's going to air their two big BLs back to back. Honestly, we don't know.
Yeah.
But like, if Tencent wants to try and get them out as soon as they can, they might not really care if it's back to back or not.
Yeah, so pretty much I think again things can change because we have been seeing How We Sing go around, like Immortality go around for a while now. Like the rumors of it airing has been going on like since I think March until now. So it's still pretty much up in the air. But I think at least for this year, those are the two that are likely to come out.
And again, this is a weird, unique year because it's the commemoration year. So nothing is absolute. And you're going to see a lot of different things varying for it. So the other one I want to mention, it's still filming. So honestly, it's probably going to be coming out next year, but I just wanted to mention it.
Yeah.
And it's is it Chasing the Light or Chasing the Light?
I think it's Chasing the Light.
Okay, so Chasing the Light, which is the adaptation of xianxia, and it's the one with Fan Chenchen and Wang Yu and Wang Shenbi, and it's currently filming their summer portion. So they did a winter portion last year or earlier this year as well, and then they stopped filming, and then the actors went to film other dramas, and then now they've come back to film the summer scenes for it. So we're probably going to be seeing this next year, but this one has actually been getting a lot of buzz on Weibo, not just because xianxia is a huge IP, because it is, but also because the fan picks for it are really good.
So good. Like honestly, I was like, I like the casting and like the posters were nice and all, but I think both of us were like really drawn to it because of the fan taken photos.
Yeah, like whoever's doing the fan site, like the fan sites for them are making like movie quality.
Yeah, and like honestly, I think the production team should really work with them because the photos that they're taking and then photoshopping them into like the posters and stuff is so good. They're so atmospheric and like I feel like they tell the story so well, and it's just from fan taken photos.
It's been fantastic marketing, and that's why you've also seen like the drama hasn't said they don't allow fan taken photos because it's basically free marketing for them.
And I think it's also pretty hard for them because they are filming like out in the open, so
Yep.
it's pretty hard to control in that sense. But yeah, it's very clear that the drama doesn't mind the free marketing. So yeah, we have been seeing a lot of photos for that.
Yeah, and because of those photos, there's a lot of anticipation for it. And because of the cast as well. I think there's a lot, specifically, there's a lot of excitement over Wang Yi because he's probably one of the more prominent rookie actors that we've gotten in the last couple of years, I feel like.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of excitement in seeing him in a bigger role.
Yeah. Yeah. So the last one that we probably think will air this year is do you remember the English name for this?
Oh my god, is it okay, let me look this up. League of Noblemen?
Okay, so it's Zhang Gong'an, which stars
it's a League of Noblemen.
Okay, that which stars Jing Boran and Song Weilong.
Yeah. So this one is okay. So it's sort of a BL adaptation, but it's sort of not. So the original novel is technically BL, but it's also like very like the BL is so vague in it that a lot of people don't consider it BL. So
yeah.
So the drama is likely going to be similar. So it's actually probably not going to be as strict in terms of censorship. Like I actually think they have a good chance of airing it whenever. As soon as they finish post-production for it. And Jin Boran actually said recently that he expects it to come out second half of this year, I think.
Yeah, I think that was always the plan as well for them. So yeah, I think we're pretty excited about this as well because this like during the whole bunch of Tencent trailers, this one actually looked really good.
Yeah. So we're actually really excited for that. So yeah, that's the summary of what to expect for second half of this year. There's obviously a lot of other dramas that might get surprise drops as well, but just like the ones we wanted to highlight are those. And then one last part, and then we're done. is oh my god,
we just exceeded our record of like 3.5 hours for the
oh my god, my mother like rolled her eyes at me when she came in.
No, and like this is just mid-year.
Okay.
Like, the previous one was like the full year. Okay, yeah, going on.
But so yeah, so these are gonna be the dramas that have filmed or started filming this year that we think are notable to talk about. Just so that kind of to give you guys an overview or a summary for those who haven't been paying that close attention on what started filming this year. Okay, let's start with the BLs. So there's a joke that these are called the BL 202s because they're probably going to come out next year. And they're like the second round of BLs that we're getting. But
there are a lot of huge names here.
Yes, big IPs, like huge IPs. So
I think it's bigger than like the first time, like 101s.
Yeah, it's bigger than the 101s in terms of IP, how well known the IP is. So the first is Mo Du, which, what's the English title for it?
I'm so sorry.
And it's not even Mo Du anymore. Like they changed the title of the drama too. But I'm just calling it Mo Du because everybody calls it that. But it's the silent reading.
Okay, found it. Light the Darkness.
Okay, yeah, Light the Darkness. So this one is secretly filming right now, but we pretty much know who the cast is. Like they haven't announced it, but everybody knows. Yes. It's Zhang Xinchen and Fu Xinbo. And there's been so the reactions towards the casting has been pretty negative, but that's pretty standard for big IP adaptations. Obviously, how well it'll do depends on the final product. But what's interesting about this is there's literally been no leaked pictures other than the first Zhang Xinchen one.
Yeah.
I don't know if people have saw this. They've literally so when they walk the actors from their trailer to the filming site, they cover them with umbrellas.
Yeah.
Like there's like 10 people standing with umbrellas to hide the actors look from like fan sites or people who are like taking photos and such.
Yeah.
So there's really been not a lot of leaks or pictures taken out of this, even though there have been fan sites who've been really trying to, but there's really been nothing that's come out of this. But there's a lot of excitement for it. It's one of it is Priest's biggest IP, I think. And I think a lot of anticipation for it, even though people aren't really sure what to expect. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there has been like comments on the cast, But yeah, I think people are just pretty much really excited to see because storyline wise, it's really solid. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Priest's works. She writes really good stories, which is why
Yeah.
it's always a pity when the drama
I
adaptations
know.
don't live up to it.
Yeah, so it's always like you could have done so much better.
Yep. So the next one is Shanghai Belly, which is Guardians of the Lands, also a Yoku drama, also a Priest adaptation, although it's one of her lesser known works. It stars Chen Xinxi and what's the other's name?
Chen
Chen
Muchi.
Yeah. So he's a rookie actor. Chen Xinxi, everybody pretty much knows. Okay, so
I'll let you go on.
So this is an article where, or this is a situation where fan site pictures have sort of done the reverse, in that they've made people want to watch it less now.
Because it's a relatively like lesser known work, like I actually didn't know that it was by Priest. So when it was first announced, we were kind of like just kind of eyeing it because actors wise, I think they look pretty good together. But yeah, but we didn't really know much about it. So it's kind of just like, okay, let's see what they have. And because it's Priest and yeah, and like fresh off of Word of Honor, Jay was like really looking forward to it.
Yep.
And like I think they did come out with like quite a lot of fan photos, right? And they were looking pretty good, right?
Yeah.
At first.
And then more fan site photos came out. And
let me see if I can
and it led to everybody like being like, what is this? So basically they look like what's the word? Like cavemen. Like I don't know what this. I haven't read the novel. I don't really know much about it, but they're basically styled as like cavemen, and like the styling of it, like the sets of it, it just looks really odd. And it
we didn't post it.
Once the production comes out, it might be better. But just from like the fan site photos that's come out, it's looked very questionable.
Yeah, it's honestly just the stuff that they were wearing. We didn't post about it, so I think you sent it to me on chat. We didn't post about it.
We didn't post about it because after the photos came out, the production team was like, "Don't post photos," and it's primarily because like they wouldn't have said that if it got good response, but it's because it got negative response that they said that don't post photos.
Okay, I can't find it like now, but you guys can try searching, I guess, on Weibo if you have that like I can type the title here and you can search for like the words and see if you can find the stuff. But yeah, when it first came out, we were just sharing like the photos with each other and we were just like, what on earth is going on? We have no idea what the hell is happening right now.
Yeah, we're still hoping it turns out well because we like the cast and we're hopeful, fingers crossed for it, but like
yeah, I don't know, maybe
great.
Oh, I found it. But I don't know how to send it.
I'll leave that to you. Okay, I'm going to talk about Seizing Dreams first, and then we can talk about Tingwen Sufu. Okay, so Seizing Dreams is iQIYI's BL adaptation, Duomong, and it's finished wrap filming, I think, fairly recently.
Yeah, like May.
Who are the actors against Bi Wenjing and Wang Rui?
Bi Wenjing and Wang Ruichang.
Yeah. So, yeah, I actually don't know what to really say about this one, but
okay, so the actors are reuniting from I can't remember what that drama was.
From that drama, that was the remake of what do you call it? From the Song Wei Long drama.
Yeah, I can't remember what. Is it
Sorry, our brains are fried at this point.
In a class of her own.
Yeah, in a class of her own. But anyways,
amazing. Okay, my memory.
iQIYI hasn't really done that many BL dramas, and they actually don't have a good reputation for their BL dramas because what they've done with their past BL dramas is add BG lines. So one of the biggest no-nos for BL adaptations is adding BG lines because that defeats the whole purpose of having a BL adaptation. But that's what iQIYI has done in the past with their dramas. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, so the two actors are reuniting from In a Class of Her Own. And but honestly, I don't think it was because like they had a lot of like
No, they
thing?
were backups. Okay, so what originally happened, and this is pretty much a widely known thing now, Huang Junjie was supposed to be in this.
Oh, right.
And then he had his whole cheating scandal, and then he had to back out. Wang Ruichang is in Huang Junjie's company. They're both part of Fable Media. So that's why Wang Ruichang got put in instead, pretty much.
Yeah, so this one, I think just generally I'm actually pretty looking forward to it just because for very shallow reasons the posters look nice. No, honestly, like the posters and stuff that they've been releasing have looked pretty okay. But yeah, it's a modern fantasy, so I don't do very well with those. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, they haven't released much. Honestly, haven't released anything much about that other than posters. So there's no like trailer and stuff.
Okay, and then the big one. Everybody keeps asking us about this. Tianguan Cifu, Heaven Official's Blessing. What is going on with it? When is it starting filming? Why are there a gazillion rumors for it? It's also an iQIYI production, and it's a huge IP. So those who don't know, Tianguan Cifu, Heaven Official's Blessing, it's written by the same author who wrote The Untamed.
Yep. And Tianguan Cifu is much bigger. Like, it's huge.
Yeah. Not as in it's bigger than The Untamed, because that was a big IP too, but in that it's a very huge BL IP.
Yeah, pretty much the biggest names, the biggest name out of all of this, I think, which is why everyone is so concerned about like the casting.
Yeah.
Because it's very well loved. And I actually think a lot of people, including myself, were pretty surprised when it was under iQIYI.
Yeah, we thought, or I think everybody thought Tencent was going to pick it up.
Yeah, because Tencent did the animated series. So people kind of like thought that, they would like naturally do the drama. So like when it was announced that it was iQIYI and iQIYI doesn't have that many BL dramas. Yeah, so it was pretty much a surprising thing. Maybe they actually spent all their budget on this one.
Maybe. Let's hope so. But anyways, so the current situation is this. Tianguan Cifu was originally slated to start filming in July.
Yeah.
The current rumors are that might be delayed because the director, which is one of the directors for The Untamed, is currently tied up in another project. I can't remember what project it is, but it's the one, so he's going to be finishing that up before he can move on to this. So it could start filming in July, it could start filming later. So we will see how that goes there. As for the casting rumors, okay, so we haven't posted on, like, you guys know we have the C-Drama Rumors account. We haven't really posted much of the casting rumors on there because it's just all over the place at this point.
Yeah, we're kind of just waiting to see if there's anything more concrete, but yeah.
So people who follow it know, the Donghua was under Bilibili, that's right. Thank you for the correction.
Oh, was it? Sorry, I thought it was Tencent.
Yeah, no, sorry, we got it mixed up with The Untamed, which was under Tencent. Thank you very much for the clarification. Yep, the Donghua for Heaven Official's Blessing was under Bilibili. But yeah, so like drama, casting, honestly, just wait. We will see how it goes. Who will be the final cast? There's just so many rumors right now. Nobody really knows what is true, what is not true. Even like what we call reliable accounts are confused at this point.
Yeah, I think because it's like they went through like a huge casting round and stuff as well. So, and there were a lot of rumors that came up that were eventually refuted. So we're kind of just very cautious about this.
Yeah, so again, it might start filming in July, it might be later. So just stay tuned for that, but that's definitely the big one to keep an eye on for the BLs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's all for the BLs.
I mean, there's more, but those are the major ones.
Yeah, the major ones.
So the next one is the Light On dramas, like we mentioned. Light On is continuing another iQIYI's Light On series, which is their mini suspense series, is doing like another round of them basically, and most of them are probably going to be airing next year. So the three that are already starting filming is the Pavilion, which I know the two of us are interested in. So Duan Yihong, who is a pretty well-known veteran actor, known for his film works primarily, he's the star of it. So that one looks pretty appealing. Gold panning is Liao.
Liao Fan and Chen Feiyu.
And Chen Feiyu. Yep. So Chen Feiyu, this is actually a really good project for him. So it'll be really interesting to see how he does with such a well-known veteran actor. And I think it'll be really promising.
So Liao Fan was actually also in The Long Night. Wait, hang on. Was he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Sometimes I doubt my memory. So he was also in The Long Night, and yeah, he's pretty much a really solid actor. So yeah, like Jay mentioned, it's a really good one for Chen Feiyu.
Yeah, so that one's I think they're done. Are they currently filming done?
Wait,
Because they
they're
released a trailer. They released a trailer for it.
I thought they just started filming.
No, I don't. No, because they released it like a full trailer for it. So I don't know where they're at.
They announced it late, right?
Yeah. So the other one is Daybreaker, which is Li Yifeng and Song Yi, and Stephen Feng, which is actually really quite surprising.
Yeah. I actually like that might have gone up like my list because he's like coming there. I'm just like, what? Okay.
Yeah, no, actually that's like the main appeal of that drama for me because I'm just like, he's in this.
Same. I'm just like, okay. I honestly didn't expect that, but okay.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see that one as well. That one just started filming. And then the fourth drama actually hasn't started production yet for the Light On, but they announced it last year at their industry event. It's Moses on the Plains drama version. Those who don't follow, so those who don't follow Chinese films, there's a movie version of this already that hasn't come out yet, but it's already finished filming, and it stars Zhou Dongyu and Liu Haoran, so pretty big names. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how the drama production goes for this. I was joking that I hope they cast the movie leads, but that's probably very unlikely.
You never know. I mean, it's a short drama, so yeah.
It's just really more. I just want to see Liu Haoran in a drama movie.
No, and I think like I'm pretty excited for this for like the plot as well. So yeah, just waiting to see when it will be casted and produced. But I think I don't know why they seem to have kind of slowed down on the Light On production. So hopefully that means that it's going to be better works in that sense. Like they're gonna put in more effort to this.
Yeah. So there's one more Light On drama too. I didn't put this on the list, but apparently Tencent S Under the Skin is a Light On drama.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah. So Tencent S and what's his name? Jin Shijia's Under the Skin.
Right.
Is going to be part of the Light On series too. And I think they finished filming.
Yeah. That one I think like it was a while ago that they finished filming.
Yeah. So that one's going to be part of that too. So yeah, another crime drama, another part of the Light On series.
Okay, so that is for Light On, and then real quick, we're gonna be finishing soon. The last two ones are like the historicals that started filming, and then the modern dramas.
And these are just the big ones, guys. Like we obviously can't go into everyone, so these are just like the huge ones.
Yeah, and there are a lot of dramas that have started filming.
Yeah. So the first is The Wind. Is it Longxi? I don't even remember the Chinese name. Let me look this up.
Hang on, I need to check.
The first is Fengqi. Longxi. I want to say Longxi. Yeah. So it's The Wind Blows from Longxi, and it stars Chen Kun, Bai Yu, Nie Yuan, Angela Baby, and Sun Yi. So this obviously has a lot of huge names in it. But I think even more interesting is that it's being directed by Lu Yang. So for those who aren't familiar, Lu Yang is a film director. He directed The Brotherhood of Blades and The Brotherhood of Blades 2, which are wuxia films. If you are looking for a wuxia film, by the way, would recommend checking those out.
Those are gorgeous. Reviews.
Yep. And he also did A Writer's Odyssey earlier this year, which was one of the Chinese New Year films. So he's actually a pretty well-known film director. So the fact that he's doing this makes this one of the reasons why people are really excited about this, on top of the fantastic cast, and because it's also based. Yep. Did you want to talk about it?
No, I was going. Go ahead.
Now I'm losing my voice. Go ahead.
Okay, so like it was the drama is also based on a novel by Ma Bo-young, which is who is the writer for The Longest Day in Chang'an and the upcoming Luoyang. So yeah, so I think like even before when the news of like the adaptation came out, it was already, and like with the rumored cast, there was a lot of buzz because uh pretty much everyone like had really good reviews for Longest Day in Chang'an, and Luoyang is also very much has a
Anticipated.
lot of, yeah, very much anticipated because of that reason, and plus, you know, all of the factors, the director and the cast. Chen Kun is coming back to historical after Rise of the Phoenix, which did not do that well, but his like performance was really good. And Bai Yu coming, you know, off from the Light On series that he did last year, The Long Night. So yeah, I think probably the only question mark, honestly, is the casting of Angela Baby. But
I honestly don't think it's gonna matter. Like,
yeah, I was
she's-
gonna say that because it's not a huge role.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I think the female characters don't have that much of a huge role in the drama. So
she's billed fifth, like for what it's worth.
yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be actually focused on the two male leads, I do believe.
Yep.
So yeah, I think and like because the genre itself, it's suspense, right? Like historical suspense.
It's like, okay, so it actually sounds really cool. So it's like a surprise. It's a spy drama that takes place during the Three Kingdoms era, so which I think is really, really awesome because spy historical is really cool, and also Three Kingdoms era is really cool.
Yeah, so this one has a lot of anticipation on it, and they have started filming like a while ago.
Yep. Yes. So the next one we're gonna talk about was my goodness, what was it called?
Why do you not put the name?
梦华录. 梦华录 is the title.
Okay, basically it's the historical drama that stars Liu Yifei and Chen Xiao.
Yep. So this is obviously Liu Yifei's drama comeback in like a gazillion years because her last drama has not aired yet.
Yeah. We honestly don't know what is up with that, or like I don't know if it will ever come out, but yeah.
Yeah, so she's currently filming this with Chen Xiao. People were really excited about it because honestly, because the visuals.
Like, yeah, and also because Liu Yifei like not just hasn't done a drama in a long time, but also she's coming back to historical because her other drama was with the one with Jingboran is not historical. I think it's Republican.
Yeah.
Yeah, Republican. Yeah, so it's like her return to historical after was it the Return of the Condor Heroes?
Well, Mulan technically.
No, that's a film. It doesn't count, and that is not. No, it doesn't count. Yeah, so it's like her return to historical. So there has been like quite a lot of buzz, and we've been kind of posting like.
It's also Chen Xiao's return to historicals too.
Yeah, yeah. Like so, for those of you who are not familiar, he was. What was his last historical? Was it?
I don't even. It was the one with Zhou Chen.
Okay, I can't remember that.
Yeah, but anyways, there are two actors who are actually pretty well known for their historical roles, more so than their modern roles. Yeah. So there's a lot of excitement over them, and there's also the romance, or not romance. There's the Return of the Condor Heroes connection here too.
Yeah. Yeah. So Chen Xiao was in the 2000. Was it? No, not 13.
14. 2014, I think.
Yeah, 2014 version of Return of the Condor Heroes, and Liu Yifei was in the 2006 version of the Return of the Condor Heroes. So it's kind of like a Yang Guo meets Xiaolongnu thing.
Parallel universe thing.
Yeah. But yeah, so pretty much everyone has just been like, "Oh, they look so good! They look so good!" Over the news, like over the.
Nobody actually knows what the plot is for this. Actually,
yeah, I don't know.
But people are just excited for it.
Yeah, and I don't think they have a like an English title yet, but yeah, hopefully this one comes out next year.
Yeah. So the other one is Jade Bone Ballad, which is a literal translation of Yu Gu Yao, which is the currently filming Xiaozhan drama.
Yeah.
So obviously it's a big deal because it's Xiaozhan's comeback drama again after he Ace Troops.
And it's historical as well.
Yep. So he's going back to historical drama. It's based on a pretty Okay, so it's a spin-off off of a pretty popular IP. It's related to the Twin Mirror Cities IP, which is also getting a drama adaptation with Li Yifeng. So it's related to that, and so the IP itself is sort of quite well known, and people are excited for it because it's Xiaozhen and because it's Renmin too.
Yeah,
So
so Renmin is pretty much one of like the more anticipated rookie actresses.
Yep.
So yeah, we're pretty much looking forward to this as well because it's going to be her first lead role. I'm trying to remember.
It's not her first lead role.
I am sorry.
She has like no, it's her. She has a bunch of youth dramas that haven't come out yet.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I need sleep. But yeah, so so it's a pretty like anticipated IP work. So I am actually like pretty familiar with the author as well, and she is pretty known for her. I think it's xianxia.
It's xuanhuan actually.
Oh, xuanhuan, sorry. Yeah,
But I
so
mean,
she's pretty
xianxia,
known.
xuanhuan, same difference.
She's pretty known for like her xuanhuan novels.
Yeah.
She's gotten a lot of praise for Listening Snow Tower, which the drama adaptation didn't do that well, but the novels have been very well received. So yeah, we'll see how that one goes in adaptation.
Yeah, and the supporting cast is interesting too. Wang Quran's in it.
Yeah,
Wang Quran is in it, and also what's his name? Her rumored boyfriend. Wang Ziqi is in it, and Wang Ziqi.
Yes.
Yeah, he's in it. That's why.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So Wang Ziqi's in it, and he's the male lead in the Imperial Coroner.
So yes, and then the next two will be is it Who Rules the World?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so Who Rules the World? So that one has Yang Yang and Zhao Lusi.
And these are all so these two are both Tencent S plus dramas.
Yeah, so this one yeah, I think pretty much it has been a bit controversial in terms of like the casting, just because I think it's like Zhao Lusi's first lead role in like a pretty major. It's not IP, right? Is it IP?
It's an IP work, I think, but it's not like a super well-known IP. It's a wuxia drama.
Yeah, but it's a pretty huge production by Tencent. So
it's S plus.
Yeah, and it's a huge boost for her because she's previously been going more of like she's been doing more of the not so huge productions, and for like the long ballad she was the second lead, so it's a pretty huge boost for her. So yeah, there was a bit of like controversy because yeah, just some people feeling that it's her moving kind of fast.
But I mean, she's done really well with her drama, so I feel like it's fine. But
Yeah.
The other thing is the styling for her has been questionable a little bit in some of the leaked photos that have come out.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
Yeah.
so like, but she has kind of always been like getting criticism in a way for historical stylings, like just her posture and stuff. So I know she's gotten it for
No, I don't think it's even her though. It's like the drama's
styling.
costume
Yeah.
department is just kind of questionable.
Yeah, but again, like for I think a lot of like the styling stuff, like for Shanhe Biaoli that we were saying, it's ultimately like you have to see the end work. So yeah, they can probably make magic from the post-production.
Yeah, so hopefully it turns out well. We're actually like it's a wuxia drama, so like I'm all on board for it. Give me more wuxia dramas, please.
Just do it well.
Yes. And then so the last major one is obviously the Blue Whisper, and I'll hand that over to you.
I actually don't know that much about it. Okay, so the Blue Whisper, it's starring Ren Jialun and Di Reba. So this one is by Youku, and it's one, I think Youku and Hua Ce, if I'm not wrong. So it's like one of their major productions as well. Yeah, based on another IP work. So for this one, they're actually wrapping up filming soon, but
they've already, I saw photos, didn't they already wrap?
No, that was like Team B.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think they're close to wrapping. So this one is actually, I actually don't know what is going on with this one, because remember when they first released the filming stuff, it was like split into two.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like it seems like they're done with the first, but I don't know if they did it like together or.
I think they did it together.
What?
I think they did it together.
Yeah. Okay.
I have no basis for that. I'm just guessing.
Yeah. So like, I don't know much about this honestly, but I think like the characterization, like she's supposed to be like some sort of a demon hunter and stuff, and he is a spirit. Okay, I'm really bad at this.
It's
Yeah. So
xianxia, I think, right?
yeah, it's xianxia. So yeah, I think it's both of them have like pretty huge fan bases, and
Zhenjialin was our only 流量 from last year.
yeah, and I actually didn't see that coming, but yeah, he's still going very strong on it, and yeah, it's not a new genre for both of them as well. They've both done a lot of works in this genre, so it'll be interesting to see how the chemistry works. So yeah, because Ren Jialun has always been a pretty solid actor. I think the only thing that he probably has a bit more questions about is like his
line delivery.
Yeah, line delivery. So yeah, but otherwise, they have like some stills and stuff that's being leaked as well, but we honestly can't tell much from that. Styling wise, it looks pretty good. So yeah, just have to see when they release the first trailer.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see for this one, and it's obviously a major production. I think it's a Yoku S Plus, which is pretty rare actually, because Yoku is not that rich, so they don't have that many S Pluses.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure this one is, because I mean it is with Hwata as well.
Yeah, and it's also it's obviously a big resource jump for Yin Jialin too, because he's finally being freed from Huan Rui dramas.
Oh yes, I forgot about that, but yes.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see that. Okay, modern dramas.
Okay, modern dramas. Ordinary Greatness. Do you want to do that one?
Yeah. So Ordinary Greatness is the police drama that just started filming with Zhang Ruoying, Bai Lu, Wang Jingchen, and others. What's his name?
Xu Kaicheng.
Yes. Thank you.
I was literally looking at the tweet.
Thank you very much. So honestly, the interest in this is the casting. Zhang Ruoying obviously is really solid. Wang Jingchen is an award-winning actor who gained a lot of attention last year because of his success in film. So he's making a special appearance in this, but I don't know how much his screen time is actually going to be. And then, of course, Bailu's getting a huge resource jump here.
Yeah.
Because she's getting to work sort of outside of what she normally does, which is like romance dramas. This one's going to be a lot more focused on, I think, career. It might have a romance element, of course, but so it's pretty good for her. And she's definitely been rising in the past year and then this year as well. So there's a lot of anticipation around that. And then there's also Be Reborn, which I'm excited about. I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm personally pretty excited about it because it's a suspense. I think it's I want to say it's a mini drama. I'm not sure if it's a mini drama actually, but it's a Yoku suspense drama. And it stars...
yeah, no, you know if it's suspense, I'm down for it.
Yeah, and it stars Zhang Yi and Wang Junkai. And it's basically pretty cool. I think the setup is like a detective and a genius college student.
Yeah.
And the college student is like from a family of thieves. So he has like a lot of experience in that area. And I think it'd be a really interesting role to see Wang Junkai in. We haven't really gotten a lot of actor Wang Junkai, I feel like. Because his works haven't really released.
Yeah, and I actually thought he was going to go more into film. I think that's what everyone thought because he kind of stopped after Eagles and Adventures is it Eagles and Adventures?
Eagles and Youngsters.
Oh, sorry, Eagles and Youngsters. Yeah, he kind of stopped for a while after that, and then he went into like a couple of films. So yeah, I was actually quite surprised that he came back with this, but I think this one might be short.
Yeah, I want to say it's a suspense mini drama.
Yeah, I think it probably will be. But yeah, this one sounds really
going to go back. Yeah, and I think he's probably going to go back to film too. But we haven't really gotten much of actor Wang Junkai because his films haven't come out, and it'll be good to see him in this role. I think it'll suit him well.
Yeah, it fits.
Remembrance of Things Past, we already talked about, so I'm going to delete that. The other modern drama that we personally are pretty excited about is Lemon Pictures' To Fly With You, which literally just wrapped filming. And it has Song Zu'er and Wang Anyu. It was Wang Anyu's drama that he did between Chase the Light's winter and summer seasons. So as he was waiting for Saya to resume filming, he did this drama. And honestly, I don't really think the plot will be that great, but I'm excited for the leads.
Yeah, I think from like what we've seen, they released like a teaser, and yeah, they seem to have pretty good chemistry together, and they're both pretty natural actors, especially when it comes to like youth, because I mean they are kind of in the right age range as well. So yeah, not so much at the plot for this, but more of like the chemistry and hopefully.
Xiaomeng's in this too.
What? Sorry.
Xiaomeng is in this too.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so I'm excited for that because I really want to see more of her.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so the last two that we also have, one of them is Master of My Own. So that one is the modern workplace drama with Lin Gengxing and Tan Songyun. So this one is probably okay, honestly, I would say the first thing that stands out to me for this one is the height difference. Because he's so tall. But anyway, yeah, I think this one probably will be more on like how the chemistry works as well, because I don't think plot wise we're getting a very much different kind of drama.
I think it's like a secretary who becomes a female CEO. I think that's the plot of it, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, honestly, the main selling point here is Tan Songyun.
Yeah.
Because she's really just had a string of pretty successful dramas. The Sword of Brocade reviews were not great, but it did well. So I think it'll be interesting to see if her streak continues.
And I think the main thing is that she's been like, you can kind of see, so like she's been trying to change up like the roles that she's been taking as well to because like she has a baby face, so she's trying to get more like mature roles, and I think like Sword and Brocade was one of them. And yeah, this one is like kind of in the same line, this one as well, because it's like a strong career woman kind of portrayal. So it will be pretty interesting to see how she does with that.
And the last one is the one that just started filming today.
Yes, I'm so excited.
Is Reset. It's the daylight drama that has Beijing Ting and Zhao Jingmai in it. And it literally just started filming today. We're really excited for it for obvious reasons. Okay, again, disclaimer, I don't think all daylight dramas are good. I have questions about this specific director, who is the director of If There Is No Tomorrow with Guo Jinfei, which did okay-ish.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll see how it goes. But I really like the plot. I really like the casting. So I think it'll be really interesting. Also, are you surprised by the synopsis? Because I'm actually surprised they can do like time loops.
I'm not. Wait, didn't we have like? No, I don't think I'm that surprised, because there was this really floppy. No, it was a really bad flop. There was this web drama. I don't know if you remember. The mini web drama. I can't remember the title, but it was about a bunch of strangers in a bus, and it got into an accident.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
It got decent reviews, I think.
No, it wasn't that great after all. Like,
it was the Yoku one, right?
Yeah, so it started out okay. I'm so sorry, I honestly can't remember the title. It started out okay, but the plot was very convoluted.
But
like,
that one had time loop, is that what you're saying?
Something like that. Like there were hints of it. I don't think they had exact time loops, but it was something I think around that.
Yeah, so Reset will be interesting because of the time loop element, I think. And also I think the chemistry between the leads will be really interesting too, as they pair up and try to figure out how to stop the bus explosion and how to like prevent it.
Yeah.
Like the synopsis was a little bit confusing. I think it said that they were stuck in a continuous time loop.
Yeah.
So like I wonder if they have to relive the events over and over again, or just like once. So I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, and I think also because this is the first time that Daylight is doing suspense drama. I don't think they've done like modern suspenses, right?
They did the whatchamacallit one. The one with Wallace Hole and Massachin.
Oh right, I forgot about that. But that one was, I feel it's a bit different.
It is a little bit different, but it's still
that one is more like suspense romance. But yeah, it's been a while since like they've done this, and they've always done a lot more kind of grounded kind of dramas and like or historical. So it will be pretty interesting to see, because yeah, they might have like more dramas, more diverse dramas, hopefully coming up after this.
Yeah, I personally don't think romance is going to be a huge thing here.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Daylight.
That's why I thought it was interesting, because it's going into like really like suspense.
Yeah. So yeah, so this is our new Daylight drama, and honestly, the casting is interesting. Daylight, for those who have followed casting, I feel like they've been getting younger names now.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're probably going to see that trend continue, and I think it's also because they have more directors now.
Yeah.
So they're generating more productions. So I think we're going to see more and more of that throughout, this year, next year as well.
Yeah, and I think it would be nice to see like younger cast, like how they do in their dramas, and yeah, I think just from like some of them have really managed to shine in the past works. Like for Mining Town, we had Bai Yufan, so like that was like a huge discovery for me. So highly appreciate it.
I fully support more discoveries like Bai Yufan. For those who don't know, he's a young actor who really shined in Meaning Town. And if you haven't watched it yet, go watch Meaning Town and discover Bai Yufan, because he's fantastic.
I think like the entire cast for Meaning Town like did so well. Like honestly, there was no one who didn't deliver.
Okay, but
it was like the amazing thing out of it.
No, but also Kongshin is one of those directors who really brings out the best of his actors.
Yeah.
So anyways, we went on a tangent again, but yeah, so we're really excited for Reset. And yeah, I actually think it kind of does have 24 vibes too.
Yeah, so that is.
I actually think this. Yeah, so I think this is a mini drama. I'm not sure. I haven't seen like a definite confirmation on it yet, but I feel like this is a mini drama.
I think it's also because a lot of suspense dramas have been going the like shorter route.
Because if you drag it out, there's like no more suspense to it.
Yeah, exactly. So like no, I'm excited as long as they're doing more suspense. I've been having a hole because there are no more light on dramas for now.
Yeah. So yeah, those are sort of like the major dramas that have started filming first half of the year. Sorry, it's really loud on my end right now. But yeah, that's all. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thank you for the insane 4 hours.
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Yeah, I can't believe it either. Yeah, so thank you so much for like tuning in. And if you guys have any other recommendations on what you want to hear from us, just let us know. You can drop us a DM, you can drop us a CC. We are pretty much reachable on.
Yeah, for those who don't know, we have a Curious Cat account, and you're welcome to drop questions or suggestions on there.
Yeah, or you can even drop us comments. I'm really sorry. I'll put up first impressions tomorrow because I didn't expect to end so late. I thought it would just take like 2 hours maximum. So yeah, I'll put that up like soon. And yeah, so just thank you so much for sticking around. We actually didn't prepare that much for this session, so really sorry if it's like kind of all over the place.
But hopefully it was interesting. But anyways, let us know if you have any comments or any questions on anything that we talked about, or corrections, because I'm sure we said stuff that was wrong. Yeah.
Okay, that's all. I'm so sorry you came late, but we kind of finished, so you might have to go back to the whole session. But we didn't talk about like specific actors, so you might not have what you want to find. But I will try and put a kind of timestamp on what we discussed in the description, because this will go on YouTube after this. So yeah, if you wanna, I don't know, for anyone else who wants to listen to this after this, I don't know.
Thank you everybody for your time.
Thank you. Hopefully we get to do this again soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.